What's going on? Time for some heavyweight boxing. Shrek, what chair did you get, buddy? Tall kid, what's going on? Rosedale, dude, how you doing? Guys ready for some heavyweight boxing? I think, you know, we'll see how it goes. Butter, what's going on, man? I think we're going to see some old heavyweights, some out of shape heavyweights, but hopefully some entertainment tonight. You never know what you're going to get. You never know what you're going to get. I will say I've seen pretty much all of these guys. You know, there's a lot of, you know, there's a lot there that are just, we're not going to see the top level, but final prediction, late stoppage for Ortiz. Ortiz is the better boxer. Martin, to his credit, has a very high KO percentage. But neither one of them have a sparkling resume. So you're dealing with a 37-year-old and a 42-year-old. Mind you, Luis Ortiz came in the heaviest he's ever been. Charles Martin, who's an inch taller, came in even heavier at 246 pounds. So it's not like either one of them are in like body beautiful, like incredible shape, but they both can bang. So it will be interesting. You know? There's a chance King Kong looks really old and really bad. Absolutely, Shrek. Absolutely, that is possible. There's no question that's possible. I'm hoping it doesn't happen that way. Oh, man. Lennox Lewis. Did he shave his head? Yeah, Lennox Lewis. That's the first time I've seen Lennox without hair like that. So, Sean Porter. I love Sean Porter, man. I know that there's a lot of jokes about him being older than 42. By KO in the 6th round. Look, the thing is, Charles Martin is a guy that's there to be hit. So he can be hit. There's no question he can be. Is Ortiz gonna look really slow and not his typical self? Who knows? I watched the undercard. Dana, what's going on, man? They were pretty good. Them two Cuban heavyweights. Yeah. Right, take each other's heads off. That's awesome. Kangaroo, how's it going, man? How long till the fight starts? Main event's probably going to be... We got a bunch of fights. We got a bunch of heavyweight fights. We got 5 fights, so probably at least 2 hours plus. So, commentary team's going to be pretty good tonight, I think. Yeah, I agree. So, we'll see how this goes. The thing is with these heavyweights, I didn't realize... Yeah, we have Frank Sanchez versus Christian Hammer, an old Christian Hammer, so he should take care of him pretty quick. With heavyweights, you just never know. It could go a little bit faster, it could go a little bit slower because of stamina as well as power being in the equation. If there's no knockouts, this is going to be a long night. This is going to be a 3+ hour, possibly like 4 hours. Very easily could be 4 hours plus. If we start having a bunch of knockouts, this could be a pretty quick, even night. Maybe like 2.5 to closer to 3 hours. So, you know? Oh, absolutely. Heavyweights are, as they always say, the way the heavyweight division goes is the way boxing goes, basically, in the ethos, in the fans' minds, as well as the casual market. The more casuals we have involved, it's the better things are going, and that's usually based on how the heavyweight division is going. 407, what's going on? Yeah, incredibly boring, depending on the shape. Now, I'll tell you this. That Coffee fight, I'm not looking forward to that. I've already seen him scrap before. Mini, what's going on? I've seen that scrap before. I know they're doing a rematch. It's not going to be a great fight, but who knows? You just never know. Let's kick off 2022 with a good fight. Let's hope for that. Exactly. Ganja Warrior, what's going on, dude? So I'm optimistic right now. But we never know. It could be a slow night. It could be a slow night, guys. I'm hoping it isn't. I'm hoping that we get to have a lot of fun, watch some good fights, and gets to see some awesome knockouts. Gerald Washington is pretty hardcore journeyman at this point in his career. Gatekeeper, journeyman, end of his career basically. If you want to test a guy to see if he's ready to kind of progress a little bit, Gerald Washington's your guy. Yeah, that's what he's there for at this point in his career. So it's interesting because his last major fight was against Charles Martin, and he lost in the 6th round. So today I had my first painting, followed a Bob Ross tutorial. How did that go, Shrek? Ortiz should retire after this. Mini, I think, this is basically his last hurrah. You're excited? Hey, it's heavyweights. What's not to love, right? Unless it gets boring. And there's a lot of hugging, which I don't think we'll have that. I'm hoping we don't have that. I'm hoping that it's a little bit more productive and they go at it a little bit more. Sanchez is fighting Chris. Yeah, I mean, Hammer's a pretty washed dude at this point. I'm expecting Sanchez to blast him out of there. So I'm expecting this is a good little step up fight for Sanchez. He's been fairly active this year. He's done pretty well. Moves really well, looks really good. But let's see what he does, because if he continues to progress, he's gonna start having to fight better fighters. A Helenius fight or a Kalnacki fight might be on the horizon for him. Something like that. You know, what if Ortiz wants to keep fighting? I would first ask why. Obviously I know he fights a lot for his daughters and stuff like that because they have needs, but how much money has he bankrolled? I don't know. I don't know his financial situation, but you got to start saying at 42 years old, you're starting to get up there and you're talking about like real serious like health issues long term, especially heavyweights. What Deontay Wilder did to him and just launching those nukes on him, I'm sure did not help long term for his brain and CTE wise. So let's see how he looks, because if he looks really old, like an easy punching bag, which he shouldn't, then he needs to hang up those gloves. For his own health, he should. But we'll see what happens. 42 is, let's not forget George Foreman fought at 46. But it's pretty tough to once you get past the 40-year-old mark. So you think his next fight should be against Andy Ruiz? If he looks good, I wouldn't mind him fighting someone in the top 10. Ortiz has always been billed as kind of a boogeyman, and I don't know how much I believe that, although I do think that he has a lot of background and pedigree. I believe he got a silver medal in the World Fight Cup, and like he looks really good. Paul versus Chavez Jr. I could see it happening, honestly, 407. I could see it happening. And if Chavez is at all decent, then he could do pretty well. But if he takes it not very serious, then Jake Paul might win. But I would actually lean towards Chavez Jr. Chavez Jr. has been in there with some real operators, some real fighters. I don't know if Jake really wants that smoke. I don't know if he really wants that smoke. So, state pension will be, available by the time he retires. I hope so, you know. Conor McGregor will never happen because he's still under contract with Dana, and Dana won't allow that to happen. Snipes, what's going on, man? Oh, holidays were good, man. How was yours? Yeah, Conor McGregor's signed with UFC. They're not going to allow him to get in that ring with either of the Paul brothers. I'm sure he would love to because he'd make a ton of money off of that. So, Jake, well, the thing is, people keep bringing up the fact that Jake's heavier than Chavez. The thing with Chavez, though, you have to realize, he was fighting Danny Jacobs at 168 and came in 5 pounds heavy. So he basically was a light heavyweight at that point. And then, if you watch that fight, he juiced up. I mean, he put on the water weight, and he was looking pretty close to up to 100 plus 80 pounds. He was definitely, I think he could walk around probably closer to 180, no problem. So, you know, Jake coming in around what, 190? I could see him coming in at like 188 pounds, something like that. I think it's possible. Jake Paul knocks out Conor. Conor can't get a win, can he? He just can't get one right now, man. He keeps trying. It's just not happening for him. So, he's pretty washed. He is pretty washed at this point, for sure. I don't know either one of these guys that are fighting right now. I don't know either one of them. I'm guessing Victor Faust is there to shine based off the record. And size. Boy, he's 6'5", 233. He's a big boy with an 81-inch reach. Yeah. Yeah, they're setting up Faust for a nice little hello, here I am. We got our first fight, and there is literally no one there in the crowd. It's embarrassingly bare right now. All right, let's see. This is why you have to watch the undercard, because you never know what you're going to see. Sad thing is, number 9 ranked Conor is probably getting the title shot coming. I've heard that. Minnie. That's pretty wild. Pretty wild. I don't know how that, I mean, obviously Dana wants the money. So, I'm looking at some pound for pound lists. I don't agree with them. They don't even have Canelo on them at all. My goodness. I have to show you guys this. I have to show you this. It's pretty interesting. Okay, so we got our first fight of the night happening. What do you think of this pound for pound list here, guys? Canelo's not even on it. Canelo's not even on it. This is the most ridiculous pound for pound list. Now, Terrence is in the, I could say, top 3. I think that's fair. Earl Spence, number 2. Shakur Stevenson, Josh Taylor, Fulton, Charlo, Devin Haney, Davis, Boots Ennis, and Ugas. Oh my God. This is the worst pound for pound list I've ever seen in my life. It's really bad. It's really, really bad. There's no Estrada on there. There's no Inoue. This is the worst, like, casual. This is a casual made this. This can't be. I mean, would you put, I mean, there's no Usyk. There's no Usyk on this. Already. First knockdown of the night already. Faust has already beaten the crap out of this guy. This is a ridiculously bad list. But it's that time of year. That time of year. Chris Mannix. Chris Mannix, you know what Chris Mannix would look like, Minnie? It would be number 1, Boo Boo. Number 2, Boo Boo. Number 3, Boo Boo. Number 4, Boo Boo. Number 5, Ryan Garcia. That's what Chris Mannix's would look like. Oh, Faust now gets it. He goes down. We have 2 knockdowns. Each guy has been knocked out in the first round so far. This is heating up. Number 6, Teofimo Lopez. This is getting fun already. These guys are just throwing huge. Oh, another knockdown. What the fuck is going on? Holy cow. Guys, this is insane. These guys are just throwing. This is insanity. 3 knockdowns in 2 minutes of the first round of the first fight. Another knockdown possibly. These guys are just. This is insanity. Wolf, what's going on, man? Shrek, I'm watching on Best Solaris. This is crazy. This is nuts. There you go, Shrek. Well, I would have to give it. I think Faust had 2 knockdowns, so technically, I think you would have to make that like. But he also got knocked down. So was that like a 9-7 round? No. No, yeah. 9-7? 8-7? I don't even know. Yeah. Be a 9-7 round. That's ridiculous. I'm kind of shocked. Kind of excited though, because I mean, first fight already 3 knockdowns in 2 minutes. Hell yeah, bring it on. Let's go, baby. These guys are swinging. Love it. You know, these guys don't get paid to go extra rounds, so you might as well go for it. Shrek, that site's my favorite. No ads, nothing. It works perfect. It's flawless. I did. Faust just went down again. I have put it in the links on Discord. Oh, in the Trovo title? Nah. No, there's no one there on Trovo or anyone. Anyways. This is nuts. These guys are just swinging. Manny, I've been watching the NFL on that. This is in Florida, yes. I've been watching the NFL off it. It's better than anything I've seen so far. Oh, Faust is getting hit with big shots. Oh, now another knockdown. This is crazy. Dust, I just gave it to you, man. They stop in the fight. You can't stop this fight. What? Oh, come on, bro. Are you serious? Oh, Brian, dude, hey, you're in the right place, man. Good to see you again, dude. That's ridiculous. Shouldn't have stopped that. He had a shot in that fight. What the fuck just happened? That was ridiculous. I've seen this ref a few times. That was a terrible stoppage. That's a shameful stoppage. People are not happy on Twitter right now, as you guys would imagine. Boxing Twitter right now is pretty pissed off. Like my Minecraft house dog shit. That was super fun until they stopped it. What's wrong with you? I mean, look. If he was getting hit and he was getting knocked down over and over again, I understand the stoppage to a degree. Okay? But he knocked down Faust twice? He had him badly hurt. I mean, there was like 4 or 5 knockdowns in this fight. I mean, this is ridiculous. That's a really bad stoppage. I mean, the arena is completely empty. So Faust knocks him down. He gets almost right up immediately. Counting, standing 8 count. Wow. Can't tell me ref and judge aren't on the... Oh, yeah. Absolutely. Absolutely, Dana. No question. First day of 2022. Okay, let's see this. Want to fight? Come forward. Comes forward. I mean, he's a little wobbly. He's a little wobbly. He's a little wobbly. But not enough. Not enough to stop that fight. Lennox Lewis speaking fact right now, just like, dude, he just got knocked down several times. Of course he's gonna be a little bit wobbly. Like, that's gonna happen. Like, he's gonna be a little bit unstable. That was bad. That was a bad one. I mean, Pirate Stream chat just went, who's ready for our annual washed up heavyweights? That was some bullshit. Here's BK now. By the way, Brian Kenny, this guy, he always sounds like he's on coke. The Ben versus Jake, being Ben Askren? Ben Askren, like, absolutely was donezo. That wasn't a bad stoppage at all. That was a solid stoppage. That was a fun fight. What the hell? People are not happy. I don't often see a ref being too harshly, after 5 rounds, but here we are. I mean, 5 knockdowns. There was 5 knockdowns. And there's 5 knockdowns, 3 on one side, 2 on the other. Brian Kenny just stole my line. I mean, ridiculous stoppage. Ridiculous stoppage. Hey, you know, it's going to move the fights along. It's going to move the fights along. You know, it's going to move things along, which is good. But that sucks. That was a fun fight. Ray Flores knows better than that. He knows better than that, talking about stepping sideways and being a little bit wild. Come on, Ray. You've seen enough fights. Deduct a point. I mean, he was warning him about rabbit punching and stuff like that. You know, it wasn't the cleanest fight. But, Jesus, man. You knocked the guy down twice. Throw the punch back? Yeah, exactly. Yeah, you can't do that. When Regis Prograis fought, on the Jack undercard, the guy in the blue hair faked a low blow. You are talking about, oh God, what's his face? He hasn't shown his face since. Yes, Ivan Rodback. Yes. Yes, Ivan. Ivan hasn't showed his face since. For good reason. He basically got completely shunned from boxing that night. Rightfully so. So, yeah, Gerald Washington's on this card, which I always have to like wonder if that's weird. Like if there's weird energy because the guy that's the main event knocked you out. Oh, Minnie. So Regis Prograis was piecing him up, like just destroying him. just crushing him. And then Regis hit him like right here, kind of like liver shot-ish, right? He rolls to the ground and acts like Regis hit him in the balls and fakes it. And then they're like, do you want to like continue? He's like, no, I can't continue. He keeps rolling around on the ground. They brought a stretcher in for him. It was, and then they showed the replay and everyone's like, dude, he hit you in the hip. Like, it wasn't even below the belt in any way, shape, or form. Almost like Amir Khan's was a little bit better because it hit him on the thigh. But that's pretty bad. Exactly, Dana. Like, if we went by that standard, it'd be a bad year for boxing. I mean, granted. Oh, Regis crushed him. Regis Prograis was like destroying him. So, former opponents are on each other's cards. Always makes it, yeah, more nostalgic. It is interesting. Hey, look. The big question is how much padding are they going to add now? Because that was a second round stoppage, TKO. So now Sean Porter's doing some cleanup work. Yeah. Yeah, he basically, he's completely blackballed. Ivan also had some beef with, I believe it was Tank. Tank showed some sparring footage and Tank like crushing him. And Ivan's like, oh yeah, well, I don't think so. That's that one moment I was lighting you up. And then they went back and forth on Twitter. And then they were supposed to do a sparring session and Ivan never showed up. Dude, Regis Prograis is slept on by a lot of people, man. He's slept on by a lot of people. So. Really? That explains a lot. That explains a lot, Shrek. You're a Florida man. Have I told you guys the Florida man? I think I've told you the Florida man, you know. The Florida man game that you can play with your birthday. I think I've told you guys that. You know? You type in your birthday into Google and then you put Florida man afterwards. And then you see what headlines pop up. It's pretty funny. I might do that right now really quick. Let me go and... You don't have to put in the year, just... Okay, so I just put in my birth... Okay. Florida man arrested for punching girlfriend. First thing that popped up. Okay, Florida man arrested for punching girlfriend who changed channel during Super Bowl in face. That's what popped up for me. First thing. Next one. High on love. Florida man accused of hiding marijuana in box of Valentine's Day chocolates. Oh my God, that's funny. Shrek's Florida man wrecks liquor store, blames it on Caterpillar. That's freaking awesome, Shrek. It's a great game to play. I got one. You ready? Florida man steals alligator from golf course. Tries teaching it a lesson by throwing it on the roof of a bar. Oh, God. if they do a 10 count for passing of Betty White tonight. Ooh, Dane, I doubt they will. But they should. So. I got another Florida man. Florida man was charged with assault of a deadly weapon without intent to kill after allegedly throwing an alligator through a fast food chain drive-through window. Oh. I mean, could you imagine? You remember? Do you guys remember Jackass back in the day where they're like, they'd take a drink and they'd throw it back through the window? You know, like, that was kind of a jerk move to do. But to throw an alligator at someone at a fast food restaurant's window. Oh, Betty White is American icon. I love Betty White. Who doesn't like Betty White? And we got John Madden just died. Betty White just died. I mean, come on. How crazy is that? In the same week. Same week. John Madden, dude. Oh, you're right. He did, yeah. Yeah, we had some crazy, absolutely crazy. Betting on the Queen dying in 22. She's up there in age too. I couldn't do that. I don't think I could do that. That's pretty uncouth. To do a death pool like that. So, you would be surprised. Oh, I know. I'm trying to hear who Sean Porter's even talking about right now. Oh, I know. Dude. I think Sean Porter was just talking about Muhammad Ali. You could be a weirdo. You could just step on puppies and eat babies for all I know. Jesus Christ, Shrek. That escalated quickly. They're BSing right now. It looks like Christian Hammer's already... Yeah, the fighters are already in the ring for the next fight. Today, the Celebrity Death Pool is betting on her to die this year. Jesus, man. I just don't know if I could do that. Gerald Washington, I believe. Yeah. Oh, that's not... It looks like Christian Hammer. It wasn't Christian Hammer. Gerald Washington's fighting next. He's already in the ring. So, my bad. The guy Gerald Washington's fighting looks very similar to Christian Hammer. Let's see how Gerald Washington looks. He didn't look great against Martin. Oh, he's fighting a no-name Turkish guy. Yeah, Washington's fighting now. I gotta see who this guy is that Gerald Washington's fighting. Demirson, I don't know him too well. And PBC. Okay, Gerald Washington. Mearson. He lost to F.A. Ajagba, so other than Ajagba, he hasn't really fought anyone. He's fought literally no one. He's 14-1, 11 KOs though. Gerald Washington coming in with 24-1 record. Gerald Washington 6'6", so should have a little bit of a reach advantage, height advantage here. Fight until, yeah, in your mid to late, I mean, to fight into your 40s is crazy. You can. I don't recommend it. Rice versus Coffee. I remember that fight the first time. It was pretty sloppy, so I'm curious how it'll be this time. If I'm not mistaken, Coffee, I believe, like, they both gassed out pretty hard. I'm hoping it's not the same. Could be mistaken by that one. He's not that bad of a fighter. F.A. Ajagba is not a bad fighter. He is a very robotic fighter, is his biggest issue. Extremely robotic. And that makes him a little bit vulnerable. Frank Sanchez beat him. You know, I think Frank Sanchez is just a little bit smoother boxer. Could definitely predict what was coming down the pike from him. So that was a good fight, actually. Okay, Gerald. You're getting up there in age. Show us something. So, more than most. Really, Shrek. Dude, my source is working great. I'm having zero issues. It's awesome. A bag of whale blubber. Yeah, he's not a body beautiful, that's for sure. Let's see what happens. Hey, I like that ref. It's like, I don't want to see wrestling. I want to see fights that where you guys are actually throwing punches and engaging, not just wrestling each other the entire time and hugging. BK just annoys the hell out of me as a commentator. Might be on your, I mean, I don't know. I'm also hard lined into through my computer for a track. I forgot that Gerald Washington beat Hellenius. Totally forgot about that. Oh, he's coming forward. Gerald Washington using that jab, though. I like that. I like that Gerald Washington's feinting. I know the guys that Gerald lost. I know. He's trying. He's trying to get on that inside. That reach of Gerald Washington's keeping him at bay, though. Big swings. Big swings from Ali, from the Turkish man. Turkish boxers going in there trying to take heads off. Gerald Washington's being very measured. Solid jab, though. I mean, just like really controlling the distance. So far, Gerald Washington's easily winning this round. If Washington can continuously land like this, he's really going to frustrate this guy. Gerald Washington looks okay. Yeah. Especially for his age and the miles he's done in the ring. I mean, this isn't like the most challenging opponent either, but still. $39 for Gerald Washington. Wow, I knew he was getting close to, I thought he was 40, but 39. He's getting up there. It is. That it is, Shrek. No ads, nothing. It's great. Gerald Washington, just solid 1-2s. That jab, just pumping it out there, controlling distance, moving, changing angles. Well, if he looks very amateurish. He's what you might be calling, he's a little rough around the edges there. Well, I should say a little round around the edges, but you know what I'm saying. Frank Martin, dude, he looked good. He looked good. Good fight like that. I know. He could do it all night. All night. Man, I wish I saw this undercard a little bit more. This early prelims look good. All right, here we go. Frank Martin, kid looks good. I watched a lot of the highlights from that fight. Kid looks sharp. I mean, there's nothing coming at Gerald Washington right now. I mean, it's only a matter of time at this point. Really, Shrek? I've used it. I was using it on my phone. I've had great luck with it. Then again, I have extremely expensive internet. So maybe that's it. A little bit of rough tactics there. Gerald Washington needs to land that right hand. He's been trying to land it. He's been trying to throw some hooks with Ali just kind of coming in, but. Oh, big right hand. Ali just ate a massive straight right hand. That was nice. Can box. He has some KO power in both hands. Hey, love that. Washington's doing pretty well so far. He eats a few more punches so far this round, but not much. Still controlling everything. The work rate of Ali, I have to commend because he's putting it all out there. It's pretty ugly work, but he's putting in some honest blue-collar work here. Oh, Washington now gets hit with a good right hand from Ali. Oh, a few jabs there. Yeah, Ali's coming on a little bit stronger this round. His work rate's pretty impressive, actually. For such a big guy. See, we got 30 seconds left. I don't know. It's not a super popular fight, that's why. Vaughn, what's going on, dude? Turkish dude does have some pretty quick hands. His punch output's doing really well, though. The pressure that he's putting on Gerald Washington is pretty smart. Vaughn, did you see that first fight, man? With 5 knockdowns? Who really wanted to see this fight? I know. I know, Shrek. Hey, there's a lot more people that want to see this than I thought there would be. I think Washington probably won that round too. I know. Vaughn, what'd you think about that stoppage? We were pretty mad about that. Not too happy about that stoppage. See if Gerald Washington can expand that lead. You know? That was super fun. Yeah, bad stoppage. I agree. You knocked the guy down twice. Of course, they're both going to be a little wobbly, but... Nice little combo there from Gerald Washington. I'm hoping someone lands something pretty significant soon, and we get another fight that doesn't go the distance. That'd be awesome. Washington coming out better this round. Ali with his jab, though, is landing some good jabs. Oh, nice little hook, double hook there. Washington's like, what do I have to do to keep this guy off me? Canelo's in the building? Really? I don't know. He acted a little bit buzzed for a second. He is acting a little bit hurt. His legs don't look the same. I'll tell you this much. The seating at this place looks terrible. I think it's supposed to be gold, but it doesn't look like that good. This might be the first Ali round. Gerald's kind of like losing a little bit of this steam right now. This last minute's going to be really important for this round. Gerald's jab has really slowed down because of this pace. Those jabs have no sting behind him anymore. And this Ali kid, he looks a little bit gassed. Yeah, I mean, Ali is, yeah, he's the Turkish Andy Ruiz, apparently. I mean, this is... Gerald Washington might lose this fight if he keeps fighting like this. I mean, oh, good shot right there. That kind of backed up Ali from Gerald Washington. Gerald Washington finishing the round strong. Last 10 seconds. Both land some good shots. It's all headshots. There's... Yeah, I would agree. Washington looked gassed. He looked really tired. Those jabs went from being spiteful to just trying to push and keep him off of him. Not great. Yeah, Buddy McGirt is not happy. McGirt is not happy at all, and he shouldn't be. I think that could have been an Ali round. I know, and that's the biggest problem with him. I'm kind of surprised. That's Buddy's style, though. He always yells. He always yells. But I would not be happy with my fighter either. You just had 2 rounds that you won, and then you just gave that round away at the end because you don't have any more output. Your output just dropped. I think at this point, look at Gerald Washington's jab. It's just not the same, man. Habba dabba too. Oof. Yeah, I agree, Wolf. 3rd round. See, Gerald Washington, they said he threw 22 punches. I don't know about that. Or landed 22. I thought he landed significantly more the 2nd round in comparison. See how Larry has it. So Larry gave that last round to Ali as well. I think that's a pretty fair scorecard, which I normally don't agree with him. Complete, yeah, a whole 180. Getting gassed real quick. To someone in his face like this, absolutely. Buttered, that's so true. I mean, Ali, for a guy that's built the way he is just a lot of output and constant pressure. That's a lot to do that. And Gerald Washington just does not look like he can. Deji levels of stamina. Oh, nice shot from Gerald Washington. He's got to throw a little bit more of that. I don't see any body work from either guy almost at all. Like, with that soft midsection of Ali, you'd think Gerald Washington would target that a little bit more. Yeah, neither one of them are blocking much. I do wonder if Ali's gonna slow down at all. I'll tell you this much: if Gerald Washington has a difficult fight with this guy, he needs to retire. He needs to retire immediately. If he loses this fight, there's no question. You gotta retire. Because there's no reason to fight anymore. You're the 2nd fight on this card. You know? Washington, I think, is just incredibly gassed. Ooh, nice little uppercut there from Washington at the end, but good question. Does he normally keep his hands down? No, he normally doesn't. The first 2 rounds he actually had a much higher. That's him being tired. And if you've boxed before at all, when your arms get tired and they feel heavy, it sucks. And that's why you see him have these like short spurts. You'll see these quick little short spurts of punches that he'll throw with a little bit of power, and then he has to take a break off for 20 seconds. And then you can throw a few more shots, and then he's got to take 20 seconds off again. That's what happens when you are gassed. And when your arms are that tired, it gets really hard to throw with any sense of power or urgency whatsoever. Oh yeah, when you punch yourself out, it sucks. It really sucks. Gerald is incredibly tired right now. So we'll see what happens. I mean, he might be able to pull it back, but not looking good right now. So now we're in the 5th round here. By the way, Shrek, 6th stream seems to be a little bit faster, a little bit ahead of what I was watching beforehand. round 5 and Gerald Washington, hands on his hips, man. His footwork, his legs are tired. Also, to kind of add to that in terms of where your hands are, it all depends on your style a little bit. Some guys do keep their hands a little bit lower. You'll see a lot more UK boxers have their front lead hand sometimes a lot lower, more close to their hip. It's a style thing it's more like how you're trained and kind of that style a little bit. So it really depends on that too, to answer your question a little bit more, Brian. Some guys have really high, sometimes a little bit more mid. Some UK have their own style, though. Sometimes have their lead hand really low. You can look up a guy like Yard. Yard in particular always has his hands, usually his lead hand, really low. The benefit of that is that when you throw jabs from that angle, it's hard to see them coming, because from the hip, you shoot it up from the hip, and you can sometimes have a slight advantage that they can't see it. So there is a slight advantage to it. I don't find it to be the most effective thing in the world. Vaughn, yeah, this is getting interesting. Vaughn, what do you think about Gerald here? He's looking tired, man. If he can't get this Ali kid out of here, I think this is going to be a real sloppy mess. Yeah, he's slowing down big time. Big time. The mouth breathing from Gerald Washington says everything right now. Leaning up against the ropes. I mean, this is a good example of you can look ready to fight, but are you ready to fight? And their beef after 30 years. Yeah, I'd give that round to Ali as well. It wouldn't be a boxing match if they didn't play a Jay-Z song in between rounds. Hey, I'm not hating on it either. I grew up listening to Jay-Z. You would have thought that would be Ali, the one that would be sucking wind right now. Apparently not. He's got decent stamina. Okay, round 6. So good, slapping his back. Trying to loosen up his muscles a little bit. Trying to cop a feel. I mean, the footwork of Gerald Washington when he's throwing, you can just tell he's putting everything into it, but he's getting off balance, and that can be pretty dangerous. At least with Ali, when he's throwing, he'll throw hard, but his footwork's a lot better. Much more stable base. This is that eye of Gerald Washington. I wonder if that's going to get a little bit too swollen too to see. Marison, he's just relentless. And at this point, I don't think there's any kind of punch that Gerald Washington could pull out to knock out Ali. Ali looks to slow, like he's slowed down a little bit himself as well. So, the Rooster, thanks for the follow. Appreciate it. This is getting ugly. I don't know, Shrek. I think that got shut down. Uh-oh, Gerald Washington goes down. That eye's starting to swell up really bad for Washington. Luckily for him, it's on the bottom. It's not above his eye, but still, every time he's getting jabbed in the face, it swells up even more, and he gets blood in his eye. Let's see what happened. That was a knockdown. Not a great knockdown. Not like a hard-hitting knockdown, but it was legit. Still legit. Let's see what happened here. Oh, he did step on his foot. That's why. Yeah, that wasn't a legit knockdown. That was a slip. It was considered a slip, and it was because he legit stepped on his front foot. So, and Gerald Washington went back to try to avoid the punch. So, I thought it was a knockdown. It looked legit until I saw the actual feet get tangled a little bit there. I think Gerald Washington needs something right now. He's the freshest in the first minute or so. He needs to do something. He needs to land something. Ali is just... Demarison has really poured it on these last couple rounds. Because there's nothing coming back from him anymore. Oh, now there's combinations being landed by Ali. Yeah, his face is getting jabbed off. I'm telling you, this is the Turkish version of Andy Ruiz. I renamed my account and profile picture on Discord to Obama. This is getting bad. Ali just needs to throw combinations and this fight will be over. Absolutely, Vaughn. This is going to be another... I think this could be a stoppage pretty soon. Washington just nothing. His eye's getting worse. He has no fight left in him. He landed a good little right hand right there, but... Turkish blend. Fun. Gerald Washington is just gas beyond belief. And this is what I'm expecting to see with that Rice Coffee fight. Something similar with both guys just gas out terribly. And then they lean on each other and it gets a little bit ugly. But, man, Gerald Washington doesn't want to stop, but he just has nothing left. He's almost like Muhammad Ali. Yeah, I agree. Buddy's got to stop this pretty soon. If I let him finish the round, I basically say, look, to show me something special this next round. I'm throwing in the towel. Because right now Gerald's just getting beat on. I mean, he lands one good punch to the 10 punches that Ali lands. You know, 7th round KO, telling me this is this is not worth stopping. Except, but the last one was. I'd say it's pretty damn close right now. I'd say you say to your fighter, you got to show me something. Holyfield. The only reason I say that, Trek, is just that last one shouldn't have been stopped because they were both landing hard shots. But they're showing some random guy. They're saying it's Riddick Bowe. That's not Riddick Bowe. PBC, get your cameraman in check. What the fuck was that? They just showed a random guy that was not Riddick Bowe. Yeah, I'd say you give Gerald not even half this round. If he doesn't do something soon, the way he's moving. Yeah, Shrek. They just showed a random. Yeah, Vaughn, right? That one, they said it was Riddick Bowe, and it clearly wasn't. They stopped the fight. Buddy McGirt stopped it. Good for them. Good for his corner. Yeah, but Buddy did the right thing right there. You know, I'll tell you what, this Turkish Andy Ruiz did pretty well. Now they're showing Riddick Bowe. They finally got the right. They finally got the right Riddick Bowe. That's embarrassing. That's bad, man. That's bad. That's funny. Oh my God. For a split second, I was like, what the hell happened to Riddick Bowe? Whoever was that was like, hey, this is Riddick Bowe over here. Just got a talking to. Muhammad Ali's ex-wife, yeah. Man, that's not pretty. I hate to see a guy like that, like a Gerald Washington, just get beat on like that. I mean, I got asked earlier in the stream what I thought of Gerald Washington at this point, and I said he's a journeyman. He's that gatekeeper, you know. So, Death Row, thanks for the follow, appreciate it. Layla Ali's mother, dude. Layla Ali, fantastic boxer back in the. So, I got asked about Gerald Washington. I say he's a gatekeeper. You know, he's definitely a journeyman. At this point, you know. So. Oh, Danny Garcia's in the house. So, what is this? What? Look, it's Jake Paul. You sent me a picture of Donald Trump. Nice. Hey, the kid earned it. Jared Washington being class act, but it's over, buddy. Canelo is there. Dana, was that you that said that Canelo would be here? Where's the gun to Canelo's head for this? I didn't expect to see Canelo tonight. Maybe PBC will push the Ali ex-wife by pushing the Turkish dude. You know? Dude, Canelo, I did not expect to see him here. He's wearing sunglasses still. You can't see him blink 3 times. Damn. Let's see who Canelo fights next. I'm really interested. Oh, Frank Sanchez, yeah. Coffee and rice. Last time this got real sloppy, if I remember correctly. It got real sloppy. Both guys got tired. It got sloppy. I'm hoping it's not the same. I didn't even think about that Frank Sanchez is in that same squad. There's actual video of Canelo sparring with Frank Sanchez. For the fight of the year, the only fight of the year, the only fight of the year. Cuban sports reporter told me he'd seen Canelo, yeah, there, and plus Eddie, yeah, trains Frank, yeah. That's pretty cool of Canelo, you know? Support fellow stablemates and you know, people you train with. It's pretty cool that they do that. Okay, so now Kate Abdul is going to do a bunch of like banter with John Porter, talking about the new year. Because they got to kill time. That's right, he was there for Josh versus Ruiz too in Saudi Arabia. Speaking of, Manny Robles is here tonight, who used to train Andy Ruiz. But not anymore. And he's training, actually, Charles Martin. Oh, Shrek, they're bringing up that old wound of yours. Manny Pacquiao versus Ugas. Don't make me cry. Yeah, that was a bad fight, man. If you're a Pacquiao fan, that was not what you wanted to see happen. Man, he's not going to return. They're talking about him returning. He's not. I would say at this point, it's probably... Ooh, Kate bringing up Sean retiring. Oof. Let's see. Next weekend, I think there is a fight next weekend, if I'm not mistaken. Double check. We have a fight actually on the 9th. No, the 15th. Sorry. There is not a fight next weekend that I know of. The next fight I see is Smith Jr. versus Johnson, which is on the 15th. So maybe we do back-to-back classic fight night or something like that. Got stuck to the page above it. There's a tiny tear in my painting. What'd you do? Gaming stream. We could do that. Do a gaming stream. Versus Khan versus Brooke. Look, Khan versus Brooke in February should be interesting. It could be either a fun fight or a really sad fight. It could be one of those two. It could be one of those things where it's just like, you know, I wish this didn't happen. Or it could be like they both let it out. They both have fun. You know. And it could be really fun. Let's see what happens. Getting that DAZN and PBC commentary money. Yeah, he is. Sean Porter is really good at working the mic. He's very solid at it. And he should get that bag. So. First time Khan loses focus and pow. Look at this guy with the Bills gear on right by him. The security, thank God. Security's like, yeah, we're not gonna. The guy with the Bills gear on right behind Canelo, trying to sneak in. That's funny. I mean, Amir Khan, obviously. Oh yeah, Ray Flores. He's not very good. I'm not a big fan. Canelo's like, I don't give a shit. He's like, dude, I'm just here to like watch my friend fight. I don't really give a shit. I am excited to see Frank Sanchez fight. Friday the 7th. What's on the 7th? I don't think he'll be a world champion in a year. Bro, I'll fight anyone. Just let me eat wild boar, meat and shit. This guy in the Bills gear cracked me up. Let's see who we have on the 7th. There is a card. That's in Argentina, though. Let's see, this one is in India. Poland. Here we go. In Colorado, there's one. There's another one. Let's see. In Orlando. And then there's one in Montana. So. I have to say, Sean Porter's always impeccably dressed. Okay. Let's get it moving. Let's get this going. Ooh, Josh Taylor versus Crawford at 140 or welterweight. I'm assuming you mean welterweight. That's a really good fight. Oh, Dana. $147. The next UFC fight I see is on the 15th. I think Josh Taylor versus Crawford. I'm going to lean towards Crawford, but Josh Taylor could possibly pull it off. No, these guys are huge dudes, but I'm very, very nervous that they get tired. I would have to lean towards, I'd make it like a 60-40 fight for Crawford, just because Crawford's he's just been on fire. I mean, I think he has 8, maybe 9 straight stoppages or KOs in his last fights in a row. It's pretty hard to pick against Crawford at this point. Won't get the tail. Yeah, I mean, we'll have to see what he ends up doing for sure, but could be a good thing. Both these guys, 283 pounds, 278 pounds. Yeah, one guy has 4 years, the other guy's 8 years. That means one of these guys turned pro at 31 years old. Oh, not ideal. I did not realize UFC 270 is coming up so quickly, by the way. Francis Ngannou versus Gain. Hell yeah, sign me up for that fight. That's pretty good pay-per-view numbers. I'm going to say this. I can't remember how much this is going for, but I feel like this is going to do so-so. I see this as like 150 pay-per-view buys, maybe. If it's not expensive. Gain is pronounced gone. What is this? Is this an $80 card? This can't be an $80 card. Let's see how much it is. $40. It's a $40 pay-per-view. Not bad. For $40, that's not terrible. Wilder, dude, if Francis Ngannou got in the ring against either Wilder or Fury, he gets lit up. I like Francis Ngannou, and even though, you know, Joyce has actually done some sparring sessions with him, he says he's a pretty decent boxer. I'm sorry. He just doesn't have it, man. Wear shorts? Kane versus Ngannou is the biggest heavyweight fight ever. I don't know if he's including boxing. He's not including boxing. Yeah, $39.99. Not terrible pay-per-view price. Chael, I don't take Chael serious at all. Evan, what's going on, dude? How you doing? Happy New Year, man. Okay, let's see if these big boys can lay down some leather. Dude, Chael has some of the worst takes when it comes to boxing. I remember he said he's never seen a video of Anthony Joshua sweating before, and that Anthony Joshua, like, doesn't work hard and all this stuff like that. I'm like, dude, then you haven't looked very hard, because it's pretty easy to find videos of Anthony Joshua, like, going to work. You know? So I'm like, you know. Yeah, I think they're gonna. I think you're right, Putter. I think you're right. I think they're gonna gas. And this could turn into an ugly fight because of that. I hope not. Don't sleep on him. Yeah, there's open workouts of AJ on the front page of YouTube, right? I mean, it was one of the, and the thing is, Shrek, so this is what his take was, is that Anthony Joshua isn't as good as a fighter as people think he is. And this is before the Usyk fight, way before Usyk fight. This is like a year before the Usyk fight. And he said that Anthony Joshua ended up, you know, finally fighting someone his own size, who was Andy Ruiz, and that's why he got knocked out by Ruiz. It was like the dumbest take I've ever heard. It was like the most casual, I don't know what I'm talking about, I'm just talking takes. So it was terrible. Yeah, dude, we got King Kong tonight. So it was like this weird take, and like people in the comments are like, Chael, you don't know what the hell you're talking about, because Andy Ruiz is 6'1". Like, he's not the same size as AJ. Look, I you know, AJ lost to, yeah, a pound for pound fighter and a really unique fighter. Let's be honest. He lost to a super unique fighter. Now, if AJ fought Fury, I think he would lose as well. But Fury is also a super unique fighter. The bigger question is, would he lose to Wilder? And that, even Wilder is a freak of nature. So it's not like, you guys know me, I'm not the biggest AJ fanboy. But it's not like there's a lot there other than, you know, he beat White. He's beaten a lot of people. He's beaten Ruiz. He's beaten Parker. Like, he's beaten kind of the more traditional, like, Andy Ruiz is pretty, kind of unique in his size and hand speed. But you know what I mean? Guys that move like a Fury or an Usyk are super unique, and then the power of a Wilder is just, I think Usyk versus Fury is a closer fight than people want to make it, because they think, everyone's like, oh, well, Fury moves so well and he's so big and everything like that. Yeah, he is, but he's a big target to get hit, and that midsection being as undefined as it is, I think there's a possibility that you see Usyk moves on a totally different level compared to Fury. Fury moved a lot better when it was closer to the 245 pounds in the first fight against Wilder. He's gotten more bulked up and slowed down quite a bit to just have pure raw power. So I think it would be very interesting to see how he shows up weight-wise. That would probably tell you a little bit more. You know, the one area that Fury has, he is hard to hit. Like if you try to do headshots on him, it's a nightmare. It's a nightmare, especially if you're Usyk and you're, you know, reaching up. Don't do that. If you want to do anything, you want to look at the Otto Wallin fight where Otto Wallin was going to the body a lot against Fury, and he was having some success with that. You got to go to the body for Fury. Anyone that moves well, that's the number one thing. You got to put water in the basement, as Teddy Atlas says. You got to go to the body and do body work. Fury, I think it's a closer fight than people think. I'd probably like lean towards Fury, but it's only because I'm just like, I don't know, man. Let's see how they both look this spring. It's going to be a really definitive kind of way to see how they both look this spring. If Fury goes out there and he has another easier fight like a Robert Helenius, who has been talked about, and he doesn't look great, and Usyk goes out there and shines again against AJ, oof, going to be interesting. I will say Fury generally does rise to the occasion to whoever he's fighting. He does have that tendency a little bit. So I would not be surprised to see him take an easier fight, not look the best in the world, and then, you know, fight a guy like Usyk and really bring it. It's not out of the question at all. So the leaning thing that he does, the whole like lean on top of you thing that he got a point deducted against Wilder in the second fight for, yeah. I love how they try to build this fight up like it's a huge fight, and it was such a great fight the first time. Oh, it kills everyone's legs. It's what I mean. Tyson Fury has some real tricks up his sleeve. He uses his size to his advantage all the time. By the way, Shrek, I feel like I'm getting sick a little bit. I hope I don't get the coof. I got like this slight cold going on. I remember this fight the first time. These guys gas out. This is going to be the first fight that goes the distance. Jay, what's going on? First time I got COVID. Slightest cold, I suggest you take a test. But the problem is, you know, it's the slightest stuffy nose. That's all I've got so far. Don't put that evil on us. You don't put that evil on us, Ricky Bobby. You don't put that evil on us. Oh, that's one of my favorite scenes. They're trying to tell Ricky Bobby that he can walk and that he's not paralyzed. And he's like, I hope you have beautiful boys that are athletic and can walk, and their legs get taken away from them. Don't you put that evil on us, Ricky Bobby. Don't you do that. What is it, the PRC test? They just said that they're taking off the market after January because the test can't distinguish between COVID and the flu. Something like that. I don't know. The knife in the leg, exactly. Well, he's trying to box in the same way a child would watch and try to box. You know, my wife's getting tested actually for COVID because she's getting a little foot surgery done. So we'll see. We'll see if this is just a little cold or a little bit more. I'm hoping it's just a little stuffy nose. Talladega Nights is awesome. He breaks his arm at the bar because he's not gonna say crepes. Yeah. Hey man, I'm just gonna say this. Those crepe things, they're just thin pancakes. Oh, those thin pancakes, that's what they're... Yeah, man, I had a whole load of them this morning. That's all they are. How about you just say the thin pancakes? How about that? That seems like a fair compromise. Nope, Frenchie, everyone knows what I mean. Break it. I love that movie. Sacha Baron Cohen does such a good job. That's such a fun movie. I actually watched that like earlier this year. Once in a while, I'll just throw that movie on. Oh man, he's so good. I believe I was in high school when Borat came out. My goodness. That got quoted for about a good 5 years straight. And an identity crisis. Clip it, Shrek. Ali G. Oh my God. Ali G in the house is great. Yeah, it is. His whole Ali G thing was amazing. Steve, what's going on? Happy New Year's to you as well, my friend. And this fight looks... I can't believe this is the third fight of the night. They should have been like the second fight. These guys are huge, but bring out Washington. We found the guys that will gas before him. He has a chance now. Oh my God. So wait, we have Frank Sanchez next, if I'm not mistaken. You know? Berlanga. Oh. Best talent at 168? Up and coming? Whack-a-mole. I've seen that more on the wall. You'll see that a lot of times. Berlanga is pretty interesting. And the one thing I like about Berlanga is raw power. You can't teach it. He's had some good rounds. I lean towards a little bit towards Berlanga, but it depends on how. I mean, it's always a question of how they look when they start stepping up, of course. You know, Coffee getting in there a little bit more aggression finally. As this thing that I think they do just to annoy people. They'll have 2 kick-ass fights in a 5-card fight. Yeah, absolutely. And they put boring-ass fights, 12-rounders, for no reason right before the 4 kick-ass fights. Why? I mean, that's the Zone's business model for you. Getting blue balled. Yeah, pretty much. Look, it's the one reason I compliment UFC so much. Because the UFC just puts on 14 fight cards, and they're, I would say, a good 90% of the fights are all just bangers. They're all just fantastic fights. Uh-oh. Uh-oh, Coffee might be a little bit wobbly. Let's see if we get some knockdowns. See if he can finish him. If Rice doesn't finish him, he's going to be really tired the next round. Well, he lost his fight. David Benavidez KO'd him in sparring and says easy work. Ooh, good to know. So. Think Frank Sanchez will be a problem once he starts fighting these top guys. He will be interesting. I want to see him fight some fringe top 10 guys. Dana, who are you talking about that lost his last fight and then Benavidez KO'd him in sparring? You're not talking about Berlanga, are you? I do wonder what David Benavidez is going to do this next year. Not top 10, fringe top 10. Guys that are just outside the top 10. That's what I want to see Frank Sanchez do next. Start getting guys in the top 15. Yeah. I think Ajaba was a great step up for him. That's a guy that's, there we go, top. I have never heard about the Berlanga versus David Benavidez before that fight. I know he's undefeated, pro record, but he didn't look great. If I'm not mistaken, he didn't look great in his last fight. Ali Turkish guy. The Turkish Andy Ruiz. You know what would be a good fight for him is Helenius. If he does really well tonight and he's feeling strong, Helenius would be a good fight. Helenius is probably going to fight Fury, though. I mean, go after Kalsnacki. That would be a good one. 80s heavyweights. Yeah, they do. Hey, these guys are going for it, man. Got a gift decision, yeah. Let's see what he looks like next year. The kid has power, but can he step it up is the question. 168's a really tough weight class, too. Look at Rice. Look at Rice's hands are completely down right now. Don't look good for King Kong in his, yeah, still forcing him to fight. Why not? I mean, why not fight him? Exactly. Yeah, that's true. If you're Frank Sanchez, go after King Kong. You have a 2-2. Unofficial scorecard is 3-1 so far. Both these guys are just gassing like crazy right now. Oh, I haven't been scoring it either, Shrek. This is a replay of basically their last fight, too. You ever watch a fight so bad you just give up scoring it? Yes. I've done that multiple times on stream. I don't know if you remember, Shrek. I used to score fights live during the stream. And there were some fights that were just so bad, I just quit. I just quit scoring them. I'm like, I don't even care. And then I just stopped scoring fights all in general. Both these guys are just, I mean, I think Coffee is trying to throw a little bit more heat, but Rice is seeming to land a little bit more. This is a pretty ugly little fight right here. Hey, at least they're not hugging. You know, they're not wrestling, which is good. Ortiz versus Sanchez would be an interesting fight, though. Two skilled Cuban guys. Oh, it'd be huge for the, I mean, huge Cuban fight. Depends how Ortiz looks tonight. Oh, absolutely, Butter. No question. We got Ugas talking, hanging out with Canelo. Of course, I knew that Ugas was going to be here tonight. Dude, Rice looks like he just went 15 rounds. He looks exhausted. I mean, he knew going into this what this fight was going to be like. Hey, we're doing pretty good time-wise, though. 2 hours in, and we're getting co-main after this. Not too bad. With Paul versus Woodley 2, it was so boring. I just did not, give a fuck who was winning. I know. Ugas versus Spence. Next year, that's allegedly what's going on. I mean... Like, I think Woodley was up, but I don't even care. It was a really bad fight. The knockout was nice, but the fight was terrible. Oh, no. He was hanging out with Canelo really quick. He has a fight lined up with... If he has that fight with Spence, that's huge. Ooh, Coffee lands a good shot on Rice, but... I mean, both guys don't have any steam left. Boogeyman at 168 that he's going to say hey to Canelo tonight. Oh, David Morales Jr. Dude. Dude, Benavidez needs a good fight. Sloppy as hell. This is sloppy as hell as it can be. I do follow Ugas on Twitter. Just started, actually. Uh-oh. Rice trying to come on strong. It's, if I'm not mistaken, I'm pretty sure that I've looked at Ugas's Twitter. It's pretty tame. Pretty tame, if I'm not mistaken. These guys. Rice is landing some good shots. By these guys. Well, Butter, it's all about what money. It's all about money. It's all about money. Because how much money are you going to spend on this entire card? Charles Martin and Ortiz probably are getting paid $750,000. These guys probably are making $75K to $100K a piece, maybe. Gerald Washington's probably making how much money do you want to spend on these guys? Rice is winning, I think. For sure. Has been portraying himself very well. He's starting to build his personality more for the Pac-Man fight. He really just seemed like a Cuban robot. I would say that Ugas has always been someone people have talked about. I've heard about him for, I mean, people being like, oh, let's throw him in with this guy, that, you know? Very interesting after that Pac-Man fight, what he looked like. And in terms of now, he seems a lot more interesting. Oh, if he fought Spence, he absolutely broke, dude. Would have gotten KO'd by Spence. Manny did not look at all like Manny. He looked vulnerable. His legs looked really, really not there. Like, normally he bounces around in and out of range and changes angles, and just like, he had none of that. He was there to be hit, for sure. It was the first time that Manny looked old. So I have not looked at him much, Dana. You take a quick peek at him. Five 5-0, 5 KOs. Oh, he's the one that beat Clay Collard. I did hear about this kid. It's a nice little win. Beat Clay Collard. Gosh. Last year, Clay Collard was all the buzz. I did hear about this kid. Knocked him out in the first round. I haven't watched him yet, though. What's his amateur career like? Let me take a quick peek. 23-10 amateur career. Not a huge amateur pedigree from what I could see. I really do like Cuban boxers, though. Ooh, Rice is landing some good shots. Coffee's eyes starting to really swell up and close. Boxing seems like it's more about who you know rather than skills. It very much can be that way. It's all about proper promotion, promoting yourself. Especially depending on where you live. In the US, you got to realize boxing's a C-level sport here, basically. You know, your A level are your NBA, NFL, MLB. Those are your A level sports here. Your B level sports are going to be like your hockey, your NHL. C level is going to be your boxing. Like NASCAR. NASCAR's probably just as big, if not as big as boxing in the US. You know what I mean? So it's a little different. In the UK, you can build yourself up a lot better if you're a UK fighter. And you're pretty good. There's a lot of UK fighters that rise really quickly. Dad won the Olympic gold medal in the 80s. Oh, that's cool. Boxing is massive in the UK. I mean, don't get me wrong. Soccer is always going to be number one. That's going to be their primary sport. Darts is really big in the UK. Boxing's massive in the UK. I mean, boxing's like, it's like the NBA over there for them. It's huge. Yeah. I mean, they fill out whole stadiums. Rick Martin, he looked really nice. Yeah, I didn't realize he was trained by Derek James. That's cool, Vaughn. Good. Vaughn always bringing in the knowledge. F1. Yep, F1's massive. That's why you see a lot of those fighters in the UK do so well domestically and get big followings really quick. And it's good. It's a good thing for boxing. Don't get me wrong. I think it's great that they're able to like get paid pretty well, start going through the ranks, even at a domestic level. I mean, a guy like Dave Allen, who is not a guy that anyone would consider to be like a mass. I think the highest he ever got was 25th in the world, technically. And he was able to buy his own house and everything like that. Like, it's pretty impressive. It's a good thing. It's a really good thing. I actually really like that. You seen that, what Jake Paul said to Dana White about healthcare and stuff? Oh, yeah. I mean, Jake Paul acting like he understands what's going on. AJ sells out Wembley Stadium in, like, what was it? It's something like crazy, like 5 minutes. Snooker is big in the UK. I don't know anything about snooker, but you are right, Steve. That's one thing I do like about the UK a lot, is how much they value boxing. And it does give it a little bit, sometimes, like their domestic level fighters or European level fighters, they think they're better than they are a little bit. But just because the general perception. But you know, I do appreciate their passion for it. Vaughn, yeah, it's all rice, isn't it? Is that a kind of candy? Oh man, I cannot stand BK's commentary. Is snooker like a Snickers? It is. It's like a Snickers bar just in the UK. I don't understand snooker at all. It's like a bunch of red ball, like a blue, a brown, a pink, and a white. I don't understand it at all. You can watch it on DAZN though. Yeah. Rice is easily winning this fight right now. This is gonna go the distance. You can find snooker tables in the US pool halls. Yeah. It's around. I've just never played it. You know who's really, really good at pool that people don't know? May not know, is like amazing at pool. And I'm talking like extremely good at pool. It's the best since Jesus Christ. Never played it, but my dad did when he was younger. Yeah. Anyone know there's someone that has a crazy good talent in the fight community I'll give you a hint. He's part of the UFC. Not Lennox Lewis. He's part of the UFC. He's like crazy good at pool. Like plays pool like every day. Lennox McGregor. This is all rice so far. So in the last 4 rounds, yeah, easy. I agree, Wolf. Joe Rogan. Joe Rogan is a massive pool player. You can Google him talking about it on YouTube, and the dude has like custom, really high-end custom like pool cues and everything like that. He got like obsessed with it, and he's very good at it. My favorite medical expert. Let's see if there's any videos out there of Joe Rogan. Yeah, there's videos of Joe Rogan playing pool. And him talking about pool. That hot chick announcing, that is Katie Abdul. Abdu, sorry. An N in there, an L in there. There's no L. She is, let's see. She's a UK commentator. She does a lot of sports anchoring, so. can't remember if she's married or not, but man, they gave 2 rounds to Coffee total. This is a pretty lopsided fight right now. She graduated with a BA in European languages. Funny enough. So, here, theologian was half listening to Joe Rogan, and I think he fixed my COVID. I drank horse piss, like he said, and all of a sudden I got diseased so bad it made COVID feel like nothing. Man, I feel like Rice is doing better this fight than he did the last time. I mean, Rice is just having the better output, too. Oh. I would love to see someone get stopped in this fight. Especially with that eyes closing on, you know, Coffee. So Coffee's trying to land one big shot here, but overall, I mean, he's just not able to land it. Rice is certainly dominating this fight right now. Huge dominating round for another big round for Rice. Let's see Frank I mean, this should be a layup. This should be a layup fight for Frank Sanchez against Hammer. How do we really think he's supposed to be 40? Okay, so Jay, I'm gonna guess he's like actually like 45. David Morrell, there you go. What ads are you seeing, Shrek? I'm not seeing any ads. What's going on with that, Shrek? Jay, how old do you think Luis Ortiz is, actually? Goku doing grape with the G, without the G. Oh my God. It's 60,000 years old. Lots of weight since the green since the Green Mile. Gotcha Warrior. That's so good. Oh, well, Christian Hammer used to be good. He's pretty washed at this point. So Sanchez should just piece him up. I mean, if I'm not mistaken, he had a loss not too long ago that was not that great. He double check. Yeah, he lost to Huey Fury. He lost to Tony Yoka. He lost to Luis Ortiz. He's lost to Povetkin. He's lost to Tyson Fury, and that was back in 2015. So he's like a once a year kind of fighter, generally speaking. So Shrek, I don't know what you're seeing, man. Yeah, this is turning into kind of a one-sided fight for sure. because Rice is easily outlanding and throwing a lot more. Something like 44, 45. Yeah, not hating on him. It's just, you know. It's a thing though. It's a very clear thing. Like that's always the joke when it comes to Ortiz. Oh man, Coffey's eyes looking bad. They have to stop this. Probably. Well, it's 10th round, so. Oh, this is looking really. Oh, good little shot right there from Coffey, but I mean, jeez, Coffey's eye is just terrible at this point. 8-2. Yeah. Yeah, that was getting a little ugly. That was getting a little ugly. I'm glad that there's not another round there. Going into, there you go. Incognito mode's the way to do it, man. All right, that was an easy lopsided fight. I mean, Rice didn't gas out as bad as I thought he was going to. I thought Rice was going to gas out terribly. And he didn't do too bad. Raid Shadow Legends. I love cracked streams. Rumors Ortiz was a soldier in World War II. Oh my god. Ortiz was a soldier. World War I. Ooh, that cut is bad. Ooh, that cut is real. That's going to be stitches. That's going to need some stitches. See how they score this. $97, $93. 99 to 91. That's bad. To say, is it a legit contender now? Yeah, definitely not. He's not a contender in any way. He's not even top 20. I would put Rice maybe top 30. Maybe. He's too old. I'm surprised he went 10 rounds as well. Let's see how Johnny. Let's see. Next is co-main. Johnny Rice. Talk about making his mama grandma. I'll tell you what. Rice is a funny dude, man. He works at a works at a gentleman's club and he's talking about watching YouTube for 8 hours a day. Oh, I fucking love this guy. I love this guy. This dude's a legend. Johnny Rice talking about quitting his job at a gentleman's club and sitting there and watching YouTube for 8 hours a day. Oh man, and then trying to find a girl to make his mama grandma. Oh, this guy's so good. He's so good. I'm about this dude. This guy's funny as hell. Throw him on some more cards. Throw him on some more cards, dude. I'm all about it. All about it. Oh, that's good. That's funny. I didn't see anything on his shorts. I didn't see if there was like a name or like an ad or anything like that. It looked like he had some blood from Coffee's face. Oh my God, that was funny. I ain't gotta work at the strip club no more. That dude's funny as hell. James Toney, who's next? Dude, I'll tell you what. He's got a personality. He's gonna make a little bit of waves. This is his 15 minutes of fame. If he's smart, cash in on it. You know? I had no idea. Something weird was going on with Rice's freaking shorts. Shoved down there. Packing in case it didn't go his way. By the way, boys, in case you need it, what's been working for me? Oh, good times. I do like Lennox Lewis as a commentator. I think he does a really good job. It's the food that's making everyone bigger. Yeah, him being bald is a little bit weird for sure. This is a good little commentary team, you know? Kate, Sean, Lennox, they got a nice rapport overall. I still can't believe we're going into the co-main with Frank Sanchez. Look how bare those stands look. I fucking hate BK. I can't stand BK. BK is not only terrible at his job, he doesn't know anything about boxing. Like, painfully bad about knowing about boxing. It's crazy empty. Oh, no, you didn't. We just had to reset it. We had to reset it, broke, dude. That's all. Rejoin. Let me know when you rejoin. I'll verify you. I think what's nice about Lennox Lewis is that he doesn't get like too amped up. You know how like Tim Bradley gets like really amped up sometimes? And like gets super like into it and like kind of gets those blinders on and just goes on rant sometimes. There you go, broke dude. I got you. Like that's one thing I don't like about Timothy Bradley. Lennox is like super cool, calm, collected, very even keeled. So depressed when he says anything. It's just that like kind of monotone, like very cool, calm, collected kind of guy. And broke dude with verified, you can get into the verified channel too now. Other Sean Porter. That was a perfect answer from Sean Porter right there, talking about him fighting Usyk in the amateurs. The one thing I will say this, and I don't know if you guys know this or not. Oh, no problem, broke dude. Thanks for being here, man. Lennox Lewis does not like Anthony Joshua. They do not have, they don't have kind words for each other. And that's because Lennox Lewis has been critical of Joshua sometimes. And said like, hey, you know, like this is kind of like my opinion, kind of my thoughts. AJ took it personal and was like, oh, he's nothing. And basically was kind of a dick. And was like, oh, like, yeah, he's saying all this stuff now because he's retired kind of thing. And Lennox is just like, hey, man, like, I'm just trying to be honest. And so there's that's why look, Lennox isn't trying to be like, sit there and be like a jerk about anything. He's just being honest, like, hey, you should change trainers. It was after the Ruiz fight, like, hey, you should change trainers and stuff. Like, so it's not like he was being a jerk about it, but AJ took it really personal. You know? Exactly, Ganja, exactly. And so, like, they don't have, there's actually a great video on that. Let me find it for you guys. Yes. There's a rivalry, and I've actually played it before. I'll actually post it. Hold on. While we're waiting for this, I'll throw it actually on the screen for you guys. We can watch it a little bit. Because we're going to be waiting. We're going to be waiting for the next fight anyways. I'll give you guys a quick little show of it. That way we can watch it together.
Yeah, I mean, I don't think he'll come over here quite now. I think he's too happy in England being protected.
Fight fans, welcome back.
Oh, he's running. He's doing this. Fuck off, mate.
When the legendary Lennox Lewis retired, British boxing lost a standard bearer. and a void appeared across the heavyweight division.
The man to become Britain's first world heavyweight champion since Bob Fitzsimmons in 1897.
As a young Olympic gold medalist with a chiseled physique, Anthony Joshua seemed the perfect fit to fill Lewis's superstar role.
Joins a legion of magnificent fighters from down the years.
But the former king was unconvinced.
You know, he's got plenty of time. He's still young.
Forged in an era when the best fought the best, Lewis scrutinized Joshua's career choices and picked against him.
Lennox is a clown. I don't respect Lennox.
A cold reality check or legacy-preserving bitterness?
Float like a butterfly. He stings like a wasp, not a bee.
We take a look at the implicit rivalry between two British boxing icons, Anthony Joshua and Lennox Lewis. Welcome to a Motivedia presentation.
As I say, you poke me, sooner or later you're going to hear what I have to say about you.
Well, on Saturday night, these two gentlemen will face each other for the greatest title in sports, the heavyweight championship of the world.
With some accusing Anthony Joshua of being a manufactured persona, content with the comforts of home soil, promoter Eddie Hearn took his prized asset across the water to conquer the American market.
This is another fight where the country here will stop, the world will stop.
Andy Ruiz Jr. Joshua received another verbal assault from Lewis, and a social media spar ensued.
Anthony Joshua made it easy for Andy Ruiz because he wasn't fully there. I think if they don't fix what's wrong with Anthony Joshua, Andy Ruiz wins that fight hands down.
Having built a staunch following off his family-friendly personality, Joshua's patience had been tested, and he fired back at the former undisputed ruler.
Anthony Joshua's thought, you know what, I've had enough, he's fired back. This is two men having an opinion on each other. Why is the big deal?
I'm giving a young man advice when I need it.
Felt like he was almost in a way
yeah, I did feel like that. Yeah.
picking on you.
Yeah, I did feel like that.
Lennox is a clown. I don't respect Lennox.
Creative legacy though.
So am I. My legacy is to sit back and enjoy the younger generation coming up. Lennox isn't like that. Me and Lennox are cut from a different cloth.
People always kind of talk. Then as soon as I say something, it's like, boom. It explodes.
So, yeah. This did not age. This aged like milk for Anthony Joshua, by the way. Saying he's cut from a different cloth. Oh yeah, no, we're back. We're back on the fight right now. And if you're in the Discord, I made sure that you got back just in time. Ganja, are you in the Discord, by the way? Here we go. Yeah, it aged like milk. That's for sure. Frank Sanchez is going to pick apart Hammer right now. Next fight, well, right after Sanchez versus Hammer, we got the main event. By the way, Jay, I want to say thank you for being here, always being here all the time. And I have some good news. Jay, you now join Dana as one of the two moderators on YouTube for the channel, man. Congratulations on that. So, gives you some special powers. You can block some people. You can time people out. This is a little thank you. Absolutely, man. Let me know when you do, Ganja. Is Christian Hammer going to throw a punch? Is Christian Hammer ever going to throw a punch? Jay, it's great having you here, ma'am. Well deserved. So far, pretty unimpressive fight. Christian Hammer really doesn't want to engage too much. But this, I mean, let's see if maybe Sanchez is just playing a little bit, you know, playing it safe. But he should be able to blast out Hammer, no problem. Christian Hammer looks old. He's fighting like he's old. You want to see more. You want to see more. You want to see a little bit hungrier kind of. Man, I would love to see Louis. Look, I'll be honest with you. Charles Martin's not my favorite person. He's not. He's just not. He's not my favorite dude. And so I want to see him kind of do some work, go to work, and see Ortiz beat him. Yeah, Christian Hammer's 34. I thought he was a little bit older than that. I thought Christian Hammer was older than me. I didn't realize he's younger than me. That's weird. That's weird. Look, Luis Ortiz, if he looks as good as he did against Wilder in their second fight, he wins. He wins. Because he can move. He can box, man. He gets up on his toes, and when he moves, it's like, it's really impressive what you see from him from a heavyweight. From a guy that big. I can't believe Christian Hammer's younger than me. It's very bizarre. Yeah, I mean, I'm not surprised he didn't fight last year, really. Joe Goosen has an ass top 10 heavyweight. Dude, Joe Goosen's a joke. I think Ortiz wins by KO as well. I didn't even hear their heavyweights because I'm just talking so much, but John Porter talking about fighting Usyk, which is it's so weird to think about that. Sean Porter, I have to say, you have to imagine if you're Sean Porter, that's something you always hold on to, that you beat Usyk. About his age, the rust, considering the time out of the ring, but I agree. If his normal self, yeah, he should beat Martin. I agree, Jay, absolutely. Twitter full of people clowning on Hammer for quitting his fight against Huey Fury. Of course they did. Of course. Let's see what people are saying. Yeah, dude, I'm not surprised. Dude, I'll tell you right now, Shrek. You should be watching Adrian Broner's Twitter right now. That's a great one, Shrek. Adrian Broner. I want to go on a trip with this one chick, but I think she's into it with her N-word or X, whatever her situation is. Adrian Broner. Adrian Broner, man. He just said that he wants to go on a trip with someone earlier today, and he's been getting hit up from all these hoes. It's just ridiculous. I see people saying, what's the conspiracy theory that you believe? This person just wrote, Luis Ortiz is over 50. That's funny as hell. Okay. Come on, Frank Sanchez. Kick it up a notch. Kick it up a notch. I know, he's been having a lot of girl issues lately. His mind's clearly not on boxing. I'll say that much. And as we know, women weaken legs. And that's not good for Adrian Broner. Oh, good looping right hand from Sanchez. This is a good spot for Sanchez to show that he is something a little bit interesting. After that last win against F.A. Ajaba, this is his time right here to just go in there and destroy. 48. Jesus. That was his side piece. Oh my God. This is kind of turned into a little bit of a stale fight. We want to see a little bit more from Frank. Like, there's not a lot of danger there. Is the thing. Christian Hammer has a 47% KO percentage. He's not someone I would consider to be dangerous. I mean, Frank is starting to piece him up a little bit this round now. Okay, here we go. Hammer's getting a little bit pieced up now. I know. You're not going to get KO. I mean, don't get me wrong. He's still not a small guy, but still. Frank Sanchez should just be able to start really doing some hardcore work on him now. I didn't realize he rage quit against Huey Fury. Totally forgot about that fight. Totally forgot about that fight. They have Frank listed as 24, but he looks like he's 34 in the face. He does. He does look older. That's how you get Canelo to fight Usyk. Tell him a little dude like Porter beat him. How are you afraid when little Porter beat this guy? Jay, great point. Hammer is as tough as old boots. Yeah. Chris Hammer's seen some shit. I mean, he's been in, I will say, Hammer has been in the ring with some monsters, absolute monsters in his career. So, I know he's the last minute replacement. I mean, to be a last minute replacement and just get thrown into a co-main, Jesus, dude, how is this place so barren? I cannot believe there's not more people right now sitting in these seats. I bet you they're giving tickets out like they're Tic Tacs. They're just giving out like it's spare gum to everyone. Holy cow. Let me double check. Tell you right now how old Frank Sanchez is. He's 29 years old. He is 29. Made a tribute tweet to Iran, and I got scared something happened to him. Oh God. Yeah. He got the COVID last year too. Hammer's a professional journeyman fighter. Yeah, he is. For sure. So empty. You would have thought this is New Hampshire and Boo Boo was fighting. Pretty much. That's what it's looking like right now. Christian Hammer has landed 7 punches in 3 rounds. He hasn't even hit double digits in punches. Birth certificate says he's 42 years old. You hit 9 punches, I believe in you. He can hit double digits. I think Christian Hammer can hit double digits in the 4th round here. He only needs 3 more. You can see the body shots and areas that Frank Sanchez is landing because they get red all over Christian Hammer. Hammer is shaking that left hand a little bit. See if he can continuously does that, or he just did it once. Gonna shake his head after not throwing 1 punch this entire... I mean, he hasn't landed a single punch this whole round. This is getting sad. A 9% landed. That's, I mean, Canelo's wife looks bored to death. He might throw one more. He might land one more. Joe Goosen and BK are just the worst. Frank Sanchez, I don't understand this. He's like circling around the ring. This should be cakewalk. Should be an easy cakewalk. Huey Fury beat him. He beat him in the 5th round. Charles Martin, oh God, I just hope they save this. Starting to turn on Sanchez on Twitter. I'm sure that part of Hammer's strategy. It's called playing dead. Hasn't thrown anything. Man, yeah, he's there for a paycheck. Wolf, yeah, no question. No question. Ooh, little tweet from Francis Ngannou, or a quote from him. Tyson Fury, Deontay Wilder, I'd like to test myself at that level. At the end of the day, it's just about training. It's just about trained hands, trained punches, having a good delivery system to produce bombs. I'm sure if I delivered my own punches, it's pretty good. I can make some damage. No. I'm sorry. I like you, Francis Ngannou. I think you're a great fighter, but you would get pieced up by both them. looking like he doesn't want to fight tonight. Russell, absolutely, man. It's bad. And Frank is just not doing anything. I mean, Charles Martin, I don't love his fighting style all the time. He can be a little bit bland. He does have a high KO percentage, though. And let's see what he does. I just saw this. Someone just tweeted the entire PBC roster of fighters on social media begging us to buy this pay-per-view fight. Could I have some more, please? Oh, God, that's funny. Out in 6. It'd be nice. That would be super nice. I think Frank Sanchez should easily be able to get him out of here. Hammer he just hit double digits for punches landed. Married Tom Brown, who's an Al Heyman main promoter. So you know he knows, got the job on PBC. Exactly, Dana. This fight is bad. This fight's getting pretty bad. This place is completely bare. God bless Hammer. He hit double digits for punches landed finally. It only took him 5 rounds. Jesus Christ, Frank. Frank, get in there. Do something, man. I'll be honest. If I was there, I'd just start booing the shit out of this. God bless his fragile soul. I thought this is how the Coffee Rice fight was gonna go. And the fact that Frank Sanchez versus Christian Hammer is a worse fight shocks me. Shocks me that this is a worse fight than the Rice Coffee fight. Rice Coffee was way more fun than this. The fact that BK and Joe Goosen aren't even talking about this fight. They're talking about Tyson Fury and all this other bullshit. Anytime commentators start doing that, it tells you how boring the fight is that's in front of them. When they're not showing highlights in between rounds of the current fight, it tells you it's a big red flag that this fight sucks. Dana White just went off on Jake Paul about 2 hours ago. I didn't see this. I got to see it. We'll watch that later. Not Ngannou, but even though I don't follow the UFC, I like he's trying new things and challenging himself. Yeah, he seems bored with the UFC right now. He's got a great fight in front of him, Jay, against Gain, whatever his name is. And I know he wants to try out boxing. I wouldn't mind watching it. It would be fun. It'd be fun. Dana said in a few days ago, listen, he cocaine test me for the next 10 years. If I can PED test him for the next 2 years. Oh, that's funny. That's funny. Frank, get it done, man. I wonder if Frank Sanchez's team would roll the dice with someone like a Joseph Parker this year. That just got tweeted out. I think that's an interesting take. I'll tell you what, man. This is not a good showing for Frank Sanchez right now. Why Jake wrote the long tweet because Dana hurt his ego. Of course he did. Dana White dared Jake Paul to take a PED test. I'm sure. Look, you know, when it comes to PEDs and stuff like that, no one in combat sports should be too critical of anybody because they're all on them. They're all on him. Dana knows he's got people on him. That, you know, Conor McGregor, you don't think Conor McGregor has taken a few PEDs, especially recently? I could see that happening. But we'll see. I mean, I will say Dana keeps a pretty tight ship. And the one thing I do have to say in Dana's defense in comparison to boxing, is that when they get caught in the UFC using PEDs, they get an absolute severe ban, multi-year ban. You don't get that in boxing. So I have to give that a huge thing for Dana White and the way they run that in the UFC. Multi-year ban is something that should be normal. You know? So Ashanti versus Alicia Keys. I'd go with Ashanti. Random question, but you know. Angel, I'm all about the randomness. Always defends Jones. How many times has that guy tested positive? True. You know? It's true. PEDs don't teach you to throw the perfect punch. TC, what's going on, man? Yeah, this fight's pretty dud right now. Russell, I could not agree more with you, man. Could not agree more with you. Unless you're John Jones. Yeah. I mean, Brock Lesnar. This is I'll be honest for you with you guys. This is making me lose a lot of respect for Frank Sanchez right now. Like, you're fighting a guy who's not throwing any punches. Body punches landed, 0. He has literally 1 punch from Christian Hammer. Christian Hammer is a late replacement. This should be so easy. We heard that Jake might fight, Chavez Jr. I heard that. I'll believe it when it gets announced. I actually don't mind that. I actually think Chavez wins too. I don't know how Brock ever made it below 265, to be honest, if that's real. But Frank Sanchez should be just mauling him. This is bad. First time I've ever been asked on stream if I prefer such and such compared to such and such for females. Interesting kind of moment. John Jones, the only KO he's had in the last 3 years is his wife. So he's basically just done nothing. He'll show brief clips of him training here and there once in a while. And that's it. Oh yeah, no, Roy Jones, when he went up to heavyweight to fight John Ruiz, and then came back down, absolutely lost his chin. And then afterwards, it just never came back. Like he was at that point, in his career. John Jones pre-fight workout. Oh, the memes on John Jones. So sad too, because he's such a good fighter too. How can I drive drunk? Oh, that's funny. So, this is a bad look for Frank Sanchez. People are like, come on. So, Chavez Jr. last fight, it was so bad the commentators were saying that he should retire. I think Paul might. I'd be interested. I'd be interested in that fight for sure. Dana White says Coke is expensive, so it could have happened. Yeah. Co-main, main event. I'm predicting that Ortiz wins by a late stoppage is my general take. But if he looks really old, Charles Martin might get the best of him. I'm rooting for Luis Ortiz to win by a late stoppage. That's what I think is going to happen. If he looks like he did against Wilder in the second fight, he should win. If he looks 42 years old, he might lose. Plain and simple. I mean, yeah, I'm that's basically where I'm at. This is getting real stale. Canelo's trying to give some tips in the corner. I'm hearing Dana just verbally killed Jake and is pressuring him into something. Oh, God. I'll say this. Don't mess with Dana White. Don't tweet at Dana White. Just don't do it. It's a bad idea. He verbally murdered friggin' Oscar De La Hoya. Don't do it, Jake. Although Jake's pretty good. He's pretty decent on his toes. John Jones the crackhead. There's always that, you know what's funny, Dro, that you bring that up? There's this there's a funny clip of I believe it was Joe Rogan talking about John Jones up in the favelas when they had like a major UFC event in Brazil. He was partying all night. Yeah, he did go all like Ted Bundy. He went like, oh, this is a bad fight. No, Jake is a world-class troll, that's for sure. This is a terrible fight, though. Come on, Frank. It's all about promotion. I could see that. I mean, Dana knows that any kind of times he has beef with someone else like that, like a Jake or Oscar, it's only good for him. Keeps him relevant. Why do you think Dana White's, friendly with the Nelk boys? And Steve will do it. Why do you think that is? It's because he knows if he does that, he reaches that demographic, which is younger males, which is his primary demographic for his actual product, which is the UFC. Fuck the Nelk boys. I don't follow Ben Askren at all on social media. Talks about politics and crypto. He's a cunt. I don't know. Dude, Steve will do it. Seems like a funny guy sometimes, but I don't know. I don't know too much about him. Oh, all I see on Ben Askren's page is like some Tim Pool, some Joe Rogan, Bitcoin, him talking about Giselle Maxwell. Talking about the price of fiat energy. So, I don't know. I don't know enough about him. He promotes gambling things and has the company rig it for him to always win and trick his fans into doing gambling. Yeah, I don't know why I follow. Talk about nothing that I care about. The thing with Steve will do it that he binge drinks, he binge does everything basically. And the thing I don't like about him is that, from what I've seen, is that he's like, yeah, go ahead, go do these crazy things. Nothing bad will ever happen. And it's like, that's not how it works. I used to bump into John Jones in the strip clubs in Baltimore. Dana, no way. Are you serious? That's pretty fucking cool, actually. I mean, I know he tries to track. I know he does like videos where he's like trying to be like, oh, I gave a Tesla and like $50,000 to this like, you know, single mom kind of thing. That's fine, you know, whatever. I that's cool, whatever. But I just don't really like channels that do any of that stuff. Man, I can't believe Frank Sanchez is going the fucking distance right now. I can't believe this fight is going the goddamn distance. Landed punches. Christian Hammer almost has 20 landed total punches. Frank Sanchez only has 63. This is pathetic. $63, 66 landed punches now. I don't need him to finish him. I just need him to look good. I just need him to look like he's dominating, and he's just not. I mean, granted, Christian Hammer's there just for a paycheck at this point. I have no idea what he's afraid of. I don't know. Frank Sanchez he just fought F.A. Ajaba, who's a serious puncher. Like a really serious puncher. And a scary dude. You know? Oh, King, how's it going, man? Is it a competitive fight? Good question. I think it could be. It could be competitive depending on the shape of Luis Ortiz. He came in the heaviest he's ever been. So, let's see. It shouldn't be that competitive, but it could be that competitive because he's 42 years old. He came in the heaviest he's ever been. He's had a lot of ring rust. That's basically what we're hoping to find out. So, the Baltimore Ravens and his other brother played for the Pats, and he used to come in town. Wait, Dana. John Jones. I think I know exactly who you're talking about. Was his brother that played for the Pats a linebacker, I believe, for the Pats? I think I remember his brother. Arthur Jones. Maybe I don't know his brother then. Martin isn't that great. Chandler. Yes, Chandler Jones was fucking phenomenal. Chandler Jones was a great Patriots player. Big fan of him. He had some amazing plays for us. And yes, I am a Patriots fan. Could you imagine to have 2 sons in the NFL and 1 in the UFC? That's unreal. That's some incredible genes. Well, this is really damning. God, I haven't thought about Chandler Jones in a little while. Oh, he's going to get 0 respect. Yeah, now he plays. I thought that Chandler Jones still plays. He plays for Arizona now. I don't think they're going to get the number 1 seed. I think the Bills might get it. Sadly. But hey, they're having a pretty good year. If they even make the fact they're making the playoffs with Mac Jones, I'm pretty happy with. I'm more focused on fantasy football tomorrow because I'm in the championship against my wife. So I need to win that. I need to win that. If I lose to my wife in the fantasy football family league, I'm never going to hear the end of it. I'm never going to hear the end of it. Oh, Sanchez. Maybe Sanchez doesn't want to put him away. He wants to get the rounds in for experience. Yeah. Oh, no. See, the thing is, King, the league is called bragging rights. That's the name of the league. So, yeah, I can't. And not allow her to win. I have been in the championship 4 times and have lost all 4 times. I lost to my sister-in-law. I lost to my mother-in-law. I lost to my wife's cousin once. I've never won. Never won the league. Thank God it's over, man. This is not a good display. Yeah, finally it's over. If you would have told me the co-main would have been the worst fight of the night, I would have not believed you on this card. This is my time. I'm sick of being the maid of honor and not the bride. Yeah, he showcases boxing. Boring fight for sure. I mean, Frank Sanchez, yeah, he's a really good boxer. Let's see where it all goes. I mean, it could have been a stay busy fight kind of thing, but not what you wanted to see. You wanted to see him to go in there and, oh yeah, albeit boring style. I mean, he is a good fighter. Let's see what happens, man. Who never throws a punch. This is pretty good. Yeah, I mean, I told you that the co-main with Frank Sanchez would be the worst fight, and Rice and Coffee 2 would be more of a would be a much more fun fight. I would have thought you were high. I would agree with you on that track. John was supposed to be a high-level Olympic wrestler till girlfriend got pregnant, and I didn't realize that. Well, hell, I mean, it kind of worked out for him. I mean, look, and Frank Sanchez might just be one of those guys that fights at the level of the person he's fighting to a degree. 100-89. Dude, how are these stands completely bare still? You bet the over and under on this fight, you made some money, yeah. If you bet that this went to a unanimous decision, you just made some money, which is kind of crazy. People are still partying, that's why. Like I said, I think they're probably giving out tickets to this fight right now like they're freaking Tic Tacs to everybody. All right, I want to pee really quick. I'll be right back. I'm going to have another beer, and let's get into the main event. It's Hard Rock in Florida. That's where this is. He did look better. He did look better against F.A. Ajaba. Like I said, maybe he just goes to the level of fighter that he's going against. I don't know. Look, I will make this prediction. I don't think this fight's going to go the distance between Ortiz and Martin. They both have a pretty solid KO percentage. I think Martin's out there to try to prove himself. And Luis Ortiz is no joke. Even if he is 100 years old and fought in the Civil War. So, rumor has it Luis Ortiz was around before electricity was invented. Yeah, fact. He's not used to seeing cars. He's more used to seeing everything on, horses. So, I can show the Dana video. Yeah, I'll do that really quick. In between. Let me get it set up. There we go. Okay, you ready?
Responded to the challenge. You publicly stated that I use cocaine. I do not. So I told you could randomly cocaine test me for the next 10 years. I believe that you're a cheater, and I believe that you use steroids. So I want to randomly steroid test you for the next 2 years. And that thing that you came out with today, nobody on earth thinks that you really wrote that. You're too stupid. And for those of you that don't know, if you've ever watched one of his fights and you see when they do the stare down, the guy that's standing in the middle with the warlock nose and the big warlock wart on his face, apparently that's his manager. And that guy used to be an accountant for me. And let's just say this, he no longer works for me, and I think he's a scumbag. But if you two think that you can do it better than we do, we're doing this whole thing wrong, you could treat the fighters better than we do, knock yourself out. Go start your own business. It's easy to do. Go get the Warlock on it. The Warlock can get it started for you. What you and the Warlock should be focused on is your business. You're tanking. You can't sell pay-per-views. You're calling out Jorge Masvidal because he's a pay-per-view superstar.
He is.
Nate Diaz.
Yep.
Conor McGregor. Mike Tyson. These are all superstars. You're not. You can't sell pay-per-views. So you do whatever the hell you want to do. I'm ready to roll, buddy. I don't use cocaine. Do you use steroids? Let's do this, Jake.
Ooh. 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 Remember I said you shouldn't call out Dana White? Let me see what Jake Paul had to say. Because, why not? How many current and former UFC fighters are actually going to get behind my offer to Dana? Y'all want to see me get my ass kicked in the octagon, right? Y'all can make a difference here. And he calls out everyone. Okay. So basically, in case you didn't know, this is what Dana's kind of talking about. Happy New Year's. At Dana White, here's a real challenge for you. I will immediately retire from boxing and fight Jorge Masvidal in the UFC if you agree to 1. Increasing min fighter pay to $50K. It's $12K right now. Guaranteed UFC fighters 50% of UFC annual revenue, $1 billion in 2021. Number 3, provide long-term health care to all fighters. You previously said brain damage is part of the gig. Imagine that the NFL said that. The NFL basically has said that, and they don't offer any long-term stuff whatsoever. So there are many UFC claims, all this stuff. I'm not even going to get involved in this. Not even going to get involved in that crap. So, cocaine test, steroid test, it's a drug test. Exactly. Which people give Dana shit. You got to give him credit where credit is due. He built a whole empire. Yes, absolutely he did. He basically went from nothing. At one point, the UFC almost went completely bankrupt. I mean, to build a brand new sport like that in the US, in one of the most dominated markets by major sports.
7 fights tonight, 6 heavyweight bouts, and we are now ready for the main event. Luis Ortiz at the age of 42 taking on Charles Martin, who comes off a one-punch KO victory on the Fury Wilder 2 undercard. And we are ready for the tail of the tape. Again, Luis Ortiz, that is a big number. Again, Sean thought it's not going to come into play, but it always can. He's 42 years of age. That's Luis Ortiz.
Oh, sorry. That should fix it. I got it. It's all set. It's all set now. Sorry about that. I hit my background music noise instead of my desktop audio, which was giving you guys all the stuff you want to hear. Well, I'll see you guys next month. Yeah, Papa Bezos, please do not ban me. Either there, guys, but I gotta side with Paul here. Dana is arguing with a YouTube star here, ma'am. Paul makes a good point. One thing about Dana White and with UFC is that they've never had a major injury, from what I understand, while they've had this sport. Part of that is Dana, there's video of Dana literally going up to literally up to the corner of the fighter that just got knocked out and saying, don't do interviews, don't do anything. Immediately bring him backstage. We need to get him supervised. So Dana does care. The pay for UFC is something we can all argue about for sure. There is no long-term plans or anything for boxers. and they do the same stuff. They take a lot of damage themselves. NFL spits out guys left and right. Like, the NFL has spit out players left and right with life-altering injuries, whether they be head trauma or other physical injuries, for decades. Decades. So it's hard for me to kind of like be like, well, you know, Dana should do these pensions and all this other stuff. It's really hard. It's really hard to do that because boxing's done the same thing to people. Look, James Toney, when he talks, Evander Holyfield. I mean, like, all these, there's a lot of guys that have had a lot of brain trauma and serious trauma to them. Boxing's not not exactly the easiest sport. It's pretty cruel, and the NFL is extremely cruel. You know, that's why when he uses the NFL as a example, it's like, have you not seen that whole CTE movie? Literally, that had Will Smith. Like, they tried to cover up CTE for years. Sims lost his spine, almost died on the field. Yeah, I mean, it's brutal. Now, I will say, I do think that Dana could pay fighters a little bit more. And so I will agree, like, Jay, with you on that side. Like, I do have to agree, shouldn't be arguing with freaking Jake Paul, because honestly, like, you're way above that. Yeah, you're way above that. Don't argue with a freaking YouTuber. Jake has no idea about what you do, what your business is, or anything like that. So who should he fight next? Frank Sanchez. Go after Sanchez. If he looks good, go after Sanchez. Right? I mean, I bet you that'd be a pretty good payday, actually. Just go fight the yogurt machine at the retirement home. Oh, man. Frank Sanchez. That was just not the great fight for him. Yes and no, King. Because the thing is, we have Fury versus Wilder. I mean, we have Fury versus possibly, we don't know who it's going to be. He's not fighting for the WBC title in March because of White being in arbitration. So he's not going to fight for that title. He's not going to include it in a fight. Probably going to fight Robert Helenius. And then we have, obviously, Josh fighting Usyk. And then afterwards, unification trumps everything. Dope crowds, no tracks. Absolutely, Russell. Because it's history, it's really bad. But how long has boxing and football been around? True, more than 100 years. They didn't even know what a concussion was back then. Yes, and Jay, to your point, actually, how many of you guys play fantasy football, know anything about fantasy football? There's a great, Matthew Berry always has on, I can't remember her name. She's a health expert on all the time. And she always talks about how she hates how people, and they made a big deal about this, like, classify concussions, like what's a bad concussion, what's not a bad concussion. Like, they basically have said, like, don't do that. Like, it's a concussion is a concussion. And, like, you need to respect that process and everything like that. So they've brought a lot of light to it in a really, I think, useful way. So, you know, I think in general, the biggest thing I think we can all agree with is the UFC fighters should make more money. I don't think there's anyone that disagrees with that. So that's the big thing. They should be making more money because that would also help them long term to make these decisions. The ring does not have a single sponsor on it. This is pathetic. This crowd is pathetic. Those front row seats are empty. They're reporting 1 million pay-per-view buys for this fight. Joey. Yeah, they definitely will. This is a PBC fight, King. This is Al Heyman. Yep. Basically, Shrek, that's basically 1 million divided by 1 million. And this referee looks like he's made out of clay. He looks like he's claymation right now. This is the fight of the year so far. Could be. Jeez. They said that there's a 1-inch difference in height between Martin and Ortiz. It looks more than that. It looks more like 3+. I know, Jay. No, for sure. And plus, I mean, for casual fans, no one's going to want to see this fight. Like, they don't really give a shit about this fight. Ortiz, I think he's supposed to be 6'3", if I'm not mistaken. What are these two dinosaurs about to do? Broke, dude, that's funny as hell. This could be fun. Ortiz wants to mix it up. Now, my general assessment of Martin compared to Ortiz. Martin is a much more straightforward fighter. He's a go forward, go backward kind of fighter. Much more simplistic. Ortiz is a much more skilled, nuanced fighter. Feinting, moving, lateral movement. He should be the better boxer here. PBC's a joke. They can have some good cards sometimes, and the commentary team's not too bad, but this is not a good card for them. This looks pretty bad. They were a real joke years ago too. Makes Jake Paul fight look way better overall, which adds to the circus. But the whole damn sport has become a circus, and I mean the fight game. Yeah, I know it has. Russell, for sure. What did they say? Was sell the rights to the show. This fight in Mexico and Central American countries. I have no idea, man. I'm guessing they probably tried to do a little bit of that. Tried to get that Cuban American to pay for this fight. Probably didn't go too well. Ortiz is the more well-rounded fighter. Charles Martin is a much more straightforward fighter. Hell, if Martin wins somehow, he's the perfect guy. He's the perfect guy for Wilder. He's the perfect guy for Wilder. Luis Ortiz, he's not bouncing like he was. Yeah, it was a slip. He's not bouncing the way he was, but looks like someone's auntie. Uh-oh. That knockdown? What the fuck is going on here? No. This isn't going to last. Charles Martin, I'm a little surprised by that. I will say, Martin does have a high KO percentage. I got to see the replay of that. I don't think that was a legit knockdown. That looked like a slip to me. 10-8 round for Martin, though. It is going to be a 10-8 round, sadly. The thing that's interesting about this fight is we have two southpaws fighting each other, which you never see in the heavyweight division. Okay, show me that knockdown again. I gotta see that. Yep. step on each other's feet. Yeah, that was a slip. Maybe it was a legit knockdown. It's the leftovers of AJ and Wilder. The closest we'll get to AJ versus Wilder. That's a true knockdown. Hit him right on the top of the head. It's legit. I didn't think it was, but it is. Martin landed something very legit. King Kong's like, all right, let's go. Charles Martin does have a glare to him. He's taking this pretty damn serious. Ortiz is winning in terms of punch output and everything like that right now. And when you look at the size difference, Ortiz, you can see the size difference for sure. But Martin is feeling pretty confident. That was a legit knockdown. I didn't think it was at first, but for sure. Yeah, Martin's a little bit, he's got a little bit of hunger to him. And look, I'll be honest with you. When he fought Gerald Washington, I'm like, oh, that's an easy fight. He got the win. You know, it was not a great fight. But this one right here, this is him trying to make a little bit more waves. Because if he wins this, a guy like a Hellenius, like a Kalnaki's PBC, go for that fight next. But he's got to be careful. He's fighting a decent boxer here. So, solid little fight so far. Solid little fight. Ortiz looks pretty good. He looks a little, like, let's not forget, he looks a little rusty, but not too bad. He needs his heart medicine. I mean, King Kong's not what he used to be, that's for sure, but not too bad for a guy 42. Nice little counter punch right there. He's not Pac-Man level of rusty. I agree with that, Shrek. He just had a great counter punch right there. Straight left hand that just, you know, pushed back Martin. Oh, another good straight left hand. Ortiz is going to win this round right now. Martin versus Ruiz. I think Andy Ruiz is banking. He's banking on getting that Fury fight. If he doesn't, I wonder who he fights. I don't know. If I'm Charles Martin, I'm thinking Kalnaki, because he's in PBC, or Hellenius, if Hellenius doesn't get the Fury fight. But I think he would love to fight Ruiz. I think Ruiz would do pretty well against him, though. Ruiz moves really well, and at hand speed, I think, would give him a lot of problems. But I think he would love to have that kind of bumped up for him. They really dimmed those lights in the back. They definitely did, Russell. They definitely did. That was a pretty good little fight. I think Ortiz took that round. Watching the fight in the dark. Beautiful counterpunch right there. The question is, do either one of them gas? So, no, you're right, Wolf. He does have the 1 point advantage right now. Might be age. Don't see that. Yeah, him when. Well, the thing is, maybe I'm just making this up in my head, but I remember Ortiz seeming like he bounced around a little bit more against the Wilder 2 fight. He seemed to have a little bit more springs. Oh God, his daughter's crying. I really fucking hate people that bring their kids to fights. He keeps losing balance. I see a heart attack coming. Put mannequins back there. Or yeah, put like the cardboard cutouts, right, Jay? Heavyweights got me sitting on the edge of my seats. Yeah, dude. I mean, I think someone's getting knocked out. He needs his prune juice. I know. Got his kids crying. I'm just like, I hate seeing that. Ooh, Ortiz took a good shot and then gave one. See that sweat just fly off of Ortiz's head. Charles Martin's doing better than I expected. Sadly. He's not that old. His kid should be full grown almost, yeah. True. I hate when they're really, really, really young, Russell. Like they're like 6 years old and they're watching their dad get beat up. Oh, God. This is the heaviest that Ortiz has ever come in. He came in at 242 pounds. Martin came in at 246 pounds. But Martin does look like the bigger guy overall, build-wise, height-wise. He's Cuban. I'm sure he's got plenty of kids. I'll tell you this much. Martin's looking a little bit better than I expected. Ortiz is looking a little bit worse than I expected. Martin's moving a little bit better than I expected laterally. I don't feel like either one of them are using their jab enough. No one's going to the body. They're over there crying and shit. Like, what do you expect? Your dad's gonna get hit. Like, it's a boxing match. Think this round, you know. I know, he's not using it at all. I feel like Ortiz is looking the way he's spitting right now and everything, he's looking a little bit, looking a little old. Martin might be winning this round, I think. Oh, BK, shut the fuck up. Talking about 9 pounds difference for Charles Martin. That's the big difference here. No. He's fighting a 42-year-old Cuban man. Yeah, I would say that Charles Martin probably won that round. I think Robles, by the way, Manny Robles is a little bit underrated. I think people gave him a lot of crap. Good, really good advice right there from Manny. Double up the jab. You're only throwing single shots. The jab's working for him. I'm loving this corner instructions by Robles right now. Keep it simple. Just do what you got to do. Double up the jab. It's what I like to see, man. It's like exactly what I want to see. Martin's breathing pretty heavy right now. He's a 62-year-old Cuban man. Yay. I'll be real. I've never watched Charles Martin fight before. I don't know. He fought AJ, but I mean, that's really it. I mean, when he fought AJ, he looked terrible. He got crushed in 2 rounds. He's not a guy that's going to bring, like, just watch him right now, Shrek. He is a 1-2 forward, backward kind of guy. He's not a guy that's going to bring something to the table that you haven't seen before if you're a top level fighter. He's not that special in terms of what he's not going to like lure you into like very sophisticated traps or anything. He's a really simple guy, but he's a big guy and he hits pretty decent. So Ortiz right there with that nice jab. This is a fight I would go to. I'd totally go to this fight. I bet you the tickets are $20. Get a couple drinks. Got some nice. Oh, dude, I bet you they have some awesome Cuban food. I used to go to this Cuban place right behind my apartment in New Jersey. Freaking loved it. Awesome. Every single week we get the short ribs. So good. Love Cuban food. Costs more than watching the fight live. Yeah, I know. I bet you could be there live probably for cheaper than the pay-per-view for sure. I just found out, I mean, oh, Martin's getting a little bit cocky, getting a little off balance with his shots with that left hand. Nice little jab from Martin though. Just found out about the Armory here in Minneapolis, and I gotta see if there's some fights there. I might be going trying to do some of the live streams there. Ortiz is trying to be a little bit more aggressive. He's doing better this round. I feel like Ortiz is pouring it on a little bit more. Martin was doing better that last round. I have 2 rounds. I mean, first round went to Martin, so it was a 10-8 round. Then Ortiz won a round. Martin was still up a round. And then that last fight, oh, knockdown. Wow. Not close round anymore. Another 10-8 round. DC, you are right about that. You are right about that. He just got caught with a jab. Right at the bell. I mean, it was a perfect. I mean, Martin timed that beautifully. Caught him coming in. Boom. Oh, I have some bad feelings for fucking Ortiz right now. I know. Can they stop showing his kids? I know. His kids are a goddamn mess. That one girl's crying. It's like, shut the fuck up. This is boxing. I'm sorry. You're like, your dad's gonna get hit. I'm not trying to be a dick, but it's like, you know, it's boxing. This is what your dad does for a living. He gets punched in the face for a living. Martin timed that jab perfectly. Look, like I've said, I'm not the biggest Charles Martin fanboy at all. I generally don't like watching him that much, but he's doing what he's got to do. He's landing the punches when he's got to hit them. And the 2 knockdowns have made a huge difference. I'm getting Holyfield. Oh, God, not Belfort. No, not that level, Shrek. But, yeah, it's not looking great. I mean, he's down 4 rounds easily right now, if not 5 rounds. Anytime guys that are this old fight, at 40 plus years old, it always makes me nervous watching heavyweights like this. Charles Martin is doubling up the jab now, which is smart. He's listening to his corner. Listening to the corner. I agree. Yeah, I have to agree. I don't always, Wolf. I generally don't like Larry's scorecard, but he's been pretty good tonight. Father Time's always undefeated. Martin knocks him out, man. That would be totally unexpected, which is, I don't know what that says. Partially says that people either underestimate Charles Martin or they overestimate Ortiz, even though he's 42. I think it's a little bit of both. A little bit of both. Because Ortiz has looked so good against Wilder. I think myself and a lot of people included felt like he could do what he did against Wilder, but he doesn't look like the same guy. Which is expected. He's been out of the ring for a year. You know, he's 42. Ortiz is pretty flat-footed right now. Doing a little bit better this round. But every time he has a decent round like this, you know, he has another round that he doesn't look good or he gets knocked down. I would say right now, Martin, if anything, might feel pretty confident. And just trying to make sure to be smart about engagements, because at this point, he knows he's up 5 rounds. Like, he has probably a solid amount of rounds in the bank. Martin lands a good shot on Ortiz right there. I know, Shrek. Not always, but still. I'd say that's an Ortiz round. He needs as many as he can get. Really quick, I want to show you guys something. I think this is important that we recognize this. And, you know, it talks about how we should respect our elders and especially our former fighters. Thank you, PBC, for not knowing who this man is and calling him Riddick Bowe when it's not Riddick Bowe. This is not Riddick Bowe, and that is real. That is what the PBC did. They thought it was Riddick Bowe, but it's not. Yeah, it looked nothing like him. Uh-oh, Martin's hurt! Martin's hurt! Here we go! Luis Ortiz is like, knock him out! Go, baby! It's all over! Knockout! Oh, he's caught in between the ropes! What the fuck was that? Oh my God! Charles Martin got stuck in between the ropes. I've never seen that. I've never seen that. I've never seen that. He got his arm caught in between 2 ropes. I've never seen that. Ortiz going in for the kill, baby. Go King Kong. Do it for us all, baby. Martin looking hurt. Oh, Martin looking real hurt. Martin going down probably pretty soon if King Kong. Come on, 2 minutes left. You got 2 minutes, Ortiz. Just put it out there. And down goes Charles Martin, baby. Woo! Let's go. Oh, they called the fight. They called the fight. They just called the fight. Ortiz, 6th round TKO. At 42 years old, 6th round TKO. What? Oh! Martin and Ortiz still going at it. Oh! 2022 delivering the heat, baby. Oh, they're trying to be good about it. King Kong ain't got nothing on me, baby. Wow. What a fight. Oh my God. Boxer always beats a puncher. Boxer always beats a puncher. Oh, man. Ryan, good to have you, man. I'm glad you're enjoying this. I know you're new to the community. It's great having you here. Hopefully you're having fun. Wow. I gotta see that replay. I gotta see that. Now I'll tell that little girl to stop all the damn crying. Broke dude. Oh, chicken dance. They complain about the stop. No, you can't. But dude, his arm got stuck in the ropes. I've never seen that shit. I was shocked. I was shocked. Let's see what Twitter's saying. Ortiz dropped Martin again. Referee stopped the fight. Wow, what a turn of events. Ortiz looked old, but he still had the left hand. 5th round stoppage. Really entertaining fight. Happy New Year's, good apples of boxing Twitter. Fuck the bad ones. Oh, man. I knew that Martin was going to get caught. Martin had it in the bag. He did have it in the bag, too. Wow. Wow. Did I predict the round? Did I actually predict that round? I don't think I did. I think it was a little bit earlier than what I expected. Yeah, I know. Exactly, Russell. Absolutely. Russell, thanks for being here, dude. I've noticed you've been around a little bit. Appreciate it, man. If you're new to the channel, we do this every Saturday. Do it every Saturday. Thanks for being here, having a good time during this fight. Here we go. Replay. First knockdown. Boom. And oh my God, Charles Martin's legs did a dance. Luis Ortiz did exactly what they teach you to do. Don't stop. And then his arm got caught. His arm. Oh, King, thank you so much, man. Appreciate you being here. Boom. That huge left. Charles Martin's legs just did a dance. He didn't know where he was. He didn't know where he was. He just stood there. Oh, man. Jay, I think he got too confident. He tries to blame the ropes. That was crazy. I've never seen someone's arm get tweaked like that in the ropes before. Very bizarre little moment. Okay, let's see the second knockdown. Right here. I mean, Martin's eating shots. He's clearly hurt. Ortiz comes in. Just throwing everything in the kitchen sink. And actually, Ortiz is working the body really, really well. He's a little bit low blown here. He tries to blame the ropes. I know. I think that was a good stoppage. Martin's just looking. Yeah, good. That was a good stoppage. That was a good stoppage. It was clear, man. Steve, yeah, I agree, man. That was a good call. Like, what was he gonna? He definitely didn't need to keep going. The ropes was paid. I was a paid actor. Them ropes gave him a good 10, 15 seconds. Yeah, they did. And he still was hurt. Yep, I agree, dude. Absolutely. He lost concentration. Absolutely. Russell, man, glad to have you here, man. For sure. I appreciate you guys being here. Went to the ropes there. Yeah, he was he was going nowhere. Absolutely not. The question is, what happens now? Like, what happens now for Ortiz? He needs to fight Usyk. God, Janet. You just want to see a dead body, huh? Ortiz, great knockout. Oh. Crazy amounts of knockdowns. Like, I can't believe how well that fight went. By the way, guys, thanks for being here. If you're on Twitter, go hit me up. If you're on Twitch, thank you guys for being here. Go say hi to my friend Maddie. I'm going to do a quick raid. Go say hi to him really quick. Show him some love. I'll see you guys on Wednesday. If you're on other platforms, always check out my YouTube for new channel, for new information, as well as new videos. We'll be doing a couple. And I'll see you guys later. 2 Fight of the Year candidates at the start of the year. Like, I know, right, Shrek? I mean, fucking Shrek. Wolf, sorry about that. I was reading Shrek's thing. What a fight. What a fight. All right, guys. I'll see you guys later. Have a great day and a great week. See you hopefully on Wednesday.